Zaka cross, they scored. Point a shot, rebound, score.
WPCFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
A few days after escaping the worst team in the West by 1 point at TD Garden, the Celtics were flat out beaten by one of the worst teams in the East, Toronto, 110-97 at Scotiabank Center last night. Joe Mazzulla's team looked flat for most of the evening.
I thought in the first half they got some stuff off transition, off our missed layups, and then they got stuff on off-ball cuts and it was our body position or our off-ball defense. And in the second half it was a little bit of the same, but shot 39% from the field. We just weren't great on either end of the floor.
Celtics shot under 40% from the field. Jason Tatum, 16 points and 10 rebounds in a loss. Next game for the Green is home against Orlando tomorrow night. Bruins are off until Saturday when they go to Ottawa. Yesterday, Hampus Lindholm practiced with the team for the first time since getting injured over 2 months ago. He was wearing a non-contact jersey and said afterwards he's still not close to a return. In NFL news, the Dallas Cowboys are reportedly interested in speaking to former Jets head coach Robert Saleh about their new vacancy, and the Jets have requested an interview with current Green Bay defensive coordinator and former Boston College head coach Jeff Hafley. The Red Sox yesterday acquired catcher Blake Sabol from San Francisco for international bonus pool space. And in tennis, American and men's 4T, Taylor Fritz is among your second-round winners at the Australian Open. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Service Credit Union. They've teamed with Charlie McAvoy again this season for 73 reasons to defend New England's first responders. Visit servicecu.org/73. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
You want to talk sports? We want to talk sports.
Squeeze the chicken and open the mouth.
It's like we were meant for each other.
This is why you need us.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Toucher.
Right, Toucher on Instagram. Follow and see dog humping videos.
And Hardy.
I'm going to withhold sex.
On 98.5.
Hello. Hey there.
Yo.
Can we use this for the radio? What?
Let me hear you say, oh. Na, 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 na.
Crush me, mommy.
Just not enough booty to go around? Say my name. I'm a robot. I'm the son of the Pope. I'll chase you around a little bit. Wow. Holy smokes. Yeah.
Instagram.
I want to dip it in, boy.
Toucher and Hardy.
Watch Daddy and Uncle Freddie.
Knocking back some fun.
Having some fun.
On 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Let's go.
Happy birthday, Fred Toucher! Hashtag guy for machine. Give you a shout out. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Fred. Happy birthday to you. Hashtag guy for machine. Wish you a happy birthday, Fred.
On the level. That's everyone. I love the guy from Machine. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're Toucher and Hardy. We're in the Town Fair Tires Studios, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. We're live, and then the show's up there, and there are clips from the show and everything else. I didn't realize this sweatshirt was stained.
Oh, no. You wore a stained sweatshirt on your birthday?
Yeah, and there's going to be so many people watching on YouTube to support me on my 50th birthday.
I would think so.
That, I really wanted to get jazzed up for the thing. But, hey, 1 year older, not another year older, if you know what I'm saying. Oh. All right. Let's go to Benjamin. Benjamin. Hello, Benjamin.
Freddie, baby.
Benjamin, hello, sir.
YouTube, we all love you. Now, before I tell you what we got you from YouTube, Wallach, what was it like when you turned 50 right before Kennedy was assassinated?
It was a simpler time, I can tell you that, until disenfranchised.
A lot less complicated back then, Ben.
Well, listen, Fred, for your 50th, we have selected 50 YouTube chatters to participate in a 50-person synchronized cold plunge in our birthday suits with you at a health club of your choosing.
Okay, well, listen. Don't sign up for something. Don't write a check your ass can't cash because I was in the cold plunge yesterday, and let's just say that I'm ready to go, Benjamin. I will meet you and your friends whenever you want. Thank you, Benjamin.
Happy birthday, Freddie B.
Thank you, Benjamin, and thank you all to the people of YouTube.
Yeah, 50 of you. Wow. Yeah, it's going to have to be one hell of a spot with 50 separate cold plunge tubs.
I don't think there's a spot that can accommodate all you guys. Oh. Or maybe you just...
Wahlberg's got it at his place.
Yeah.
Wahlberg gets up at 3 a.m. He comes up in my algorithm, and I can't. And I know why he does, because I always bite and click on the videos. Yeah. But he'll have like 2 assistants putting ice in a tub while he's at a hotel somewhere. And he's like 3 a.m, got to do it. You woke up at 3 a.m. to get into cold water for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
It's sunrise. He's in the Northeast somewhere. This came up on my YouTube algorithm at one point last month. And he wasn't in a hotel because, he's Wahlberg. He's traveling everywhere. And he decided to dunk himself in the cold ocean because that's all he had available to him. But the odd thing was he had the 2 assistants out there with him in addition to the cameraman. Why the 2 assistants were there, I don't know. But all 3 of them dunked themselves, and he got out and said, don't have time. I got to rise and grind today. And I took some time out for nature's cryo.
So
nature's cryo, he said.
Yeah, the video I saw, the 2 assistants had procured, I'm not joking, maybe 40 bags of ice. And it was 3 o'clock in the morning. So they got obviously, as we know, ice melts. So it's not like they got ice, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and just sat out there in the hotel. They had to get ice at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, they had to make a run to a 7-Eleven and empty out the store.
Yeah, so these schmucks have to go out at 2 a.m. to go get him 35 bags of ice.
Yep.
To go put it so he can go in for 5 minutes.
Yep.
He can go in the water. And then for what? I'm telling you, I do it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. You get it when you're in the sauna, it makes your heartbeat go faster. Like I have the watch that you can look at your heartbeat. It makes your heartbeat like rise. Like at least that's something. It's having like a cardiovascular effect. Like it's doing something. That makes sense. The cold plunge, which I still do, I don't know why, but I do it. And they're like, I told you, they said it's like cocaine. And then I go, oh, I'd never done cocaine. This should be interesting. And I'll get in. And even the Bruins said, do it for 5 minutes, not 6. Do 5 minutes. So I do 5 minutes, and then I get out, and I wait for the cocaine hit to hit. Mm-hmm. But if it's cocaine, if that's what cocaine is, I don't understand what the big fuss is about.
Well, I can assure you, A, that it's not. And B, there's just no way. We should keep a list of things that Fred does, even though he doesn't believe in them.
Yeah.
So magnesium. Mm-hmm. Cold plunge, prayer. Let's see. There's like a whole. We just keep adding to it these things that you rail against and you'll speak out against, yet you do them consistently.
The reason I'm railing against the cold plunge is that there's this whole and there's people I like that do it, like Brandon Novak, who I like. He is always in the cold plunge, and I understand doing it, I guess. Like, you do it because whatever. If it does something, then it's 5 minutes of your day. If it does something, then great. If it doesn't, then fine. I mean, I don't go somewhere to do it. Like, I'm already in there. And when you get out of the sauna, it's not like a bad feeling to like get in a cold plunge, like, because I don't like the sauna. I told you is harder for me than the cold plunge.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of like a relief. It's probably screwing something up that I'm doing that anyway. But it's the idea that it has to be documented as if you're doing something. Yeah. It's not like when I talk about it, I'm joking around and railing against it. Like I don't really think it's impressive to go into the cold plunge. It's ridiculous to me. That's why it's funny to me. Like, Mark Wahlberg, and he's smart. I mean, if his goal is to get people to watch him, they do. I do. And I sit there and I go, how did they get all that ice at 3 o'clock in the morning? And why is he going into the cold plunge? Why did he get up at 3 in the morning just to go into cold water?
Well, he does a lot of stuff early in the morning, like his cardio golf, in which he claimed that he can play 18 holes in just over an hour. Mm-hmm. And part of that is getting out on the course at 6 a.m. And he said, so there's a group of them that do this.
They carry him, yeah.
You tee off at 6 in the morning and run the golf course. We hit a drive and then just sprint to the ball. And then the caddies come out with the carts. We grab a club, hit again, and then sprint again. So not only is this pathological liar claiming that he can
ruining the game you love,
sprint from shot to shot over the course of 18 holes, which is about 5 miles. So intermittent sprinting for 5 miles. No, you're not. He also claims that he's got other people that do it with him. No, you don't. And you also have caddies who are showing up at the golf course to drive around and chase you all over the place with golf carts. No, that's not happening.
I like the idea that
lie
he has to,
after lie
can
after
I course
lie.
to himself at 6 in the morning as well.
That's one thing.
So he can
good point.
sprint by people.
Yeah, the people on the golf course at 6 in the morning. By the way, also, a golf cart. You could walk next to a golf cart. Like you can't. What golf carts at sprinting speed? You'd have to have a fleet of golf carts out there. They'd have to be 4 caddies, and then the caddy
because
with you.
He's lying.
Well, all I'm saying is that it's not like golf carts go at. You could out sprint a golf cart. Oh, come on, okay, I know for a fact I can. Because it's boring at Christmas, I'll go out and walk around my parents' neighborhood, and then I'll call my kids, and they'll like find me in the neighborhood on the golf cart. It's not as fun anymore because Milo is getting his license. My dad has a golf cart. I've joked around and like ran past their golf cart and like for them to catch me, and I'm an old slow with 2 sticks as legs.
See. We had tossed around some ideas, and one of them that really didn't have much traction was doing some kind of, athletic event on the morning show with different events. But that's one that would actually be good. 100-yard dash, Freddie versus a golf cart.
I'd beat a golf cart.
In a 100-yard dash.
100 yards? I'd beat the golf cart easily. Now, you do like a mile, I might not beat the golf cart.
No, there's no way.
Run out of steam.
Yeah.
But at 100 yards, I could sprint 100 yards. Any of us could. You'd have to be a real
average
loser.
golf cart top speed is about 14 miles an hour.
Yeah, I could.
So
run
can you top out at 14 miles an hour for the full 100 yards?
I'd imagine, because 22 miles an hour is how fast the really fast guys in the NFL run. That's 8 miles an hour difference.
Yeah. So are you only 2/3? Are you 2/3 is the speed of the fastest NFL wide receiver?
14 kind of puts it in perspective. I didn't realize it was that fast.
Google the average sprinting speed of a man, if you would.
All right.
Let's see what that is, and then we can do
A
it.
50-year-old, please, John.
Okay, yes, that's right.
Oh, yeah, like a man.
Okay, got it.
While you look at that, let me take this. Gary, go ahead.
Scotty, baby, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Wallach, I've grown to actually like you over the last few years.
Thanks.
And Hardy, you are infinitely better than the other guy.
That's right.
Freddie, you got to pull up Mark Wahlberg trying to do strict pull-ups or claiming he can do strict pull-ups on the Ellen show. It is an absolute comic show. The guy is a joke. He's all show, but you got to pull it up. He's doing like shoulder shrugs on the pull-up bar.
Oh, that's awesome.
Have a great day, boys.
Thank you. That excites me because I can't do a pull-up without assistance. Go ahead.
I have it here. The average sprinting speed of a 50-year-old varies, of course, depending upon sex and age.
Yeah. Yes,
on
please.
average, men in the 40 to 49 age group take 11.26 seconds to complete a 100-meter run. That's about 18 miles an hour.
Okay, I have something totally different. According to data from studies on aging athletes, the average sprinting speed for a 50-year-old man over a 100-meter distance is around 10.95 seconds, and which translates to an average speed of 10.9 miles per hour.
Split the difference. It's about 14. Yeah, you split
All
the
right,
difference.
sounds like we got a race.
We got a race.
I would start training now if I were you.
I am. I told you I cold plunged yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
I told you I
Don't
am
need cardio for sprint.
That's all I. listen, it does everything. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Paul, go. Hi, Paul.
Hey, happy birthday, Fred. Welcome to the club.
Thank you, sir.
Have you seen this commercial for the new Mark Wahlberg movie, Flight Risk?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yes. I have seen it where he's wearing the bald wig.
Yes.
Or the skull cap, so he's bald.
Yeah, and he's trying to take down the plane, the guy that said he could have stopped 9/11.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, he's the guy who said that if he was on the plane, it wouldn't have gone down like that because Mark Wahlberg is because he's in good shape, so he would have beat up terrorists. Why is he in so many movies? Is he a box office draw? I know the movies he's in do well, and he was very good in Boogie Nights, but that part was like meant for him.
Yeah. I don't think he had to do a ton of acting in that. It's like you need to act kind of dopey and out of your element. And I said, okay, I can do that.
I've always said this, is that you hear about, now with the Diddy party, it kind of puts this in perspective. Oh, my God. They're showing Wahlberg doing chin-ups on, like overhand chin-ups on Ellen.
Yeah.
And he's not getting, your chin has to get above the bar. There's not one where the chin has gone above the bar.
That one where he's wearing like boots?
No,
I've seen that video.
but it's the bar is 7 feet in the air. I'm sorry, 4 feet in the air, and he's dangling.
Which is a dumb challenge for him to take on anyway, because I mean, obviously he's in good shape, but he's also very muscular, and you've got some weight. You know, the muscle has weight to it. The pull-ups are not the exercise of somebody who has a lot of muscular mass. You need to be light in order to pull off, unless you're Zdeno Chara, which apparently could do a million of them, even though he was huge and
or
weighed a
David
lot.
Goggins, who's tried many occasions to break the world record or do something like that. That's a good point. Milo can do chin-ups, and he's like a rail. And I was like, oh my God, you can do a chin-up. But then I thought about it. I'm like, I'm stronger than him. He's just all bones.
Right.
Get back in there. Know your place, boy.
Exactly.
Who do you think you are? You think you're better than your old man? He cold plunges. All right. Well, listen. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It is something. It really is something.
It's something. Throughout the course of the show today, the things that are planned for you, mostly by Adam and Nick, and we've got a few things that I think you're really going to enjoy.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you guys.
Look, it's not going to be, Fred, it's not too much, but
don't get my hopes up.
yeah, I'm really saying this more for the audience. Don't worry, you're not going to be hit over the head with Fred's birthday every second of the show, but there will be a few things sprinkled in throughout the show that I think everybody will enjoy, and you especially, Fred.
Yes. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. As I am 50 years old today, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I believe, is when I was born.
All right.
I am looking forward to the conversation with my parents today.
Oh.
As they're in St. John. I have no idea what they do because my father does not like the sun because he's dead bald.
That's a problem.
Oh.
I have no idea
St. John.
I have no idea why they go down there, but they go down there now, and they only started like in their 80s, so I don't know why they go down there, but they do.
Why didn't
they
you
go for
agree to
8
that?
days?
What do they do? Do you know?
I know my mom will go. I'm having a pina colada.
Oh,
Like, so my mom goes down to the pool and like reads, but my dad won't go to the pool, so I have no idea what he does.
So they fly. How long a flight is that?
It's not crazy. I mean, they fly into St. Thomas and then you go to St. John, I think, on a boat or something.
Okay.
But it's not crazy.
it's not the flight so much as you're spending a lot of money and resources and planning to go someplace. Why? Why are you going there?
I think he bought a package. Like, he was in St. John and he got all like excited and he like bought some package, but that's so not like him. I don't know. But they're going to be all befuddled and confused because they're in St. John, and it's going to be a real scene with them.
Will your mother cry?
No, not with happiness.
Okay.
Only with offense. That's how she cries.
Well, there was the ham.
Well, yeah. She hasn't. I haven't made her cry in a couple years, but maybe I can get back on that today. All right. What happened last night? A crisis in Boston as the Celtics, big favorites. How did they do? You already know probably, but we'll have all that for you in just a moment.
Here's more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Fred, it's Isaac. I want to wish you a very happy 50th birthday. Thank you for everything. You've been a great mentor since we met at Hofstra in June, and you've done a lot for me and so many others. And obviously, you're a Boston radio icon and a true man of the people. So I hope you have a wonderful day, and 50 is your best year yet. Congrats on all the success the show is having. And again, happy birthday. I really hope to see you soon. Have a wonderful day.
Did you catch a game last night?
Ball's in your court, Isaac. No one's keeping you from here. Hi, Isaac.
Say my name.
How about that?
Did you hear when Isaac chuckled to himself? When he was like, I hope you have one of the 50's the greatest year of your life. And I hope
Hi, I'm Isaac.
50's the greatest year of your life.
Say my name.
Isaac.
Hi.
I think this is Isaac's last week. If he's not coming in today or tomorrow, he's not coming in.
Really?
Because I think he goes back on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
He's got to go back to his grandma's
What are
house.
the instincts, man? Where are the professional instincts? Didn't you teach him anything?
I would think so, but I mean, maybe he's playing it cool because he's got that Fox internship at Fox TV, which is even in worse shape than radio.
He's moved on. He's moved on from radio. He's going to be a TV star now.
Well, local TV's in real deep water. That's crash. Oof. All right, so what's going on?
Well, you want to talk about deep water. How about your Boston Celtics? Nice basketball team you got there, Wallach. Holy crap. Up north to play the lowly Toronto Raptors, which I guess they still have a team. They got uniforms and everything, and they beat Golden State the other night. But come on.
Toronto lost by 54 points here on New Year's Eve.
Yes. I mean, it wasn't all that long ago.
No.
And
125 to 71.
It was not a blowout. The game was close into the third quarter.
Derek White finds Tatum coming strong to the paint. They double, so it kicks to the corner for a Jaylen Brown three.
Tatum, good release there. Bonding your teammate, getting them something easy.
But that was about the point where the Raptors just started putting a little distance between themselves and the visiting Celtics. Even the heroic efforts of Peyton Pritchard couldn't help the Green last night.
Pritchard step back away from Pirtle. Straightaway three is good. And Pritchard is saving the bacon tonight.
Whatever Derek has, Pritchard sure doesn't have it.
Pritchard and Porzingis have been the Celtics' two best players tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do they have in common?
Their last names start with P, of course.
Yes.
All right.
You got it.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right. And then the barking at each other starts.
Darko Rajakovic will call a timeout.
Yeah, saying Pritchard scored too easy, but the Celtics have to defend. And Joe Mazzulla trying to employ his group. Come on. Come on.
Celtics barking at each other a little bit on the bench here.
Oh, boy, they're not good. And
Missoula's lost control of the team.
Missoula's lost control. He used all his coins for the year by the second week in January, fighting his own players, and now he's got nothing left.
The tone was set in the opening minutes of this game.
Yeah.
And how many nights do you get punched in the mouth before you start punching back? R.J. Barrett knifes through three Celtics, scoops it up and in with the left hand, and that will be the coup de grace.
That made it 108-94. Celtics would go on to lose. What's the final from last night, Wallach?
110 to 97.
Yeah, I actually did watch until the end, but it was not good.
It was
not good.
You gotta watch
Bad defensive effort.
Lots of open shots, and we saw that against New Orleans last weekend, too. Tons of open looks at threes. The Celtics defense has been great at times. It was certainly great last year when they won a championship, but it's not great now. And they're under 30% from three in their last 5 games. They're just ordinary. They're 7-7 over their last 14 games. And this team's far too good to do this. The only thing I can think of is it's a team that won it all last year, that played a lot of basketball, and they're kind of treading water here, where midway point of the season is tomorrow night. So they're just kind of coasting through this point, regardless of how much imploring Joe Mazzulla does. They're not playing well. They're not playing well at all. Toronto is not in the same. Toronto's a terrible team. Like, New Orleans is even worse than they are. And they barely beat New Orleans. Should have lost to New Orleans last weekend. So,
and they're lucky the Knicks haven't taken advantage of this. Here's one thing that I'll say is that if you, I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem ideal to me to finish third in the East. Like, that just doesn't seem ideal to me. I don't think it means you're not going to win a championship. But wouldn't you say finishing third is I don't know how much I would want that to be in that position.
Yeah, home court in the second round is important, but look, they just got to get themselves squared away, regardless of where it is they finish. I mean, they have everyone available right now. Everybody, there's no excuse for this guy's sitting out, this guy's resting. No, the last few games they've had everybody, and they can't get it together. Derek White especially can't get it together. He's under 30% from three for this month.
He's probably never played this much basketball in a year in his entire life. I mean, if you think about Derek White, Derek White I got to imagine, wasn't a huge high school phenomenon.
He didn't materialize at Colorado. He had to go to junior college before then. He's kind of scrapped his way along.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, but like Tatum and Brown and those guys have probably done it before. I got to imagine White's dying. and for White to perform, he's got to go like balls out all the time. Like Tatum and Brown are athletically gifted enough where they can just they can coast and still get, like White's got to bust his ass. I bet you this is all I will infer is that, or whatever the term is, what I'm saying is imply or infer, is that he is, he's got to be exhausted. Because don't you think Derek White, in order to succeed in the NBA, has got to put forth like a ton of effort?
Sure. He's got to, the defensive end of the floor especially. Guy was all defense last year.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, his game is much different than Tatum and Brown's. And you're right. Maybe the extra, well, for Tatum it didn't matter, but the extra Olympic time certainly cut into their summer.
Well, no, they talk about how it's more difficult to play the next season if you go to the finals because you played so much basketball and you don't get time off. I mean, we've heard that. That's like almost cliche. Well, you had the Olympics onto that. They didn't have any time off.
A lot of traveling, and I remember when...
What's Jaylen Brown's excuse? He didn't have to play in the Olympics.
He's, he was bitter. The bitterness ate away at him.
There it is.
Just the only reason I say is you don't fall too far back is that ability to like turn it on, just like the playoffs start will turn it on. Like, okay, like you probably, who am I to say you can't do it? But you start screwing around the regular season and you get in the playoffs and you go, oh, we'll just turn it on now. And then all of a sudden, oh boy.
You saw that's what happened in Denver last year. I mean, Denver went through a really bad patch during the middle of the season, coming off a championship, and they got popped in the playoffs. No. Look, all I know is the Celtics are dragging. You can see it when you watch them. They're not playing well. The guys are there, but they're not all there. If you know what I'm saying.
Celtics lose to Toronto last night. Something else happened yesterday, a real rarity in Boston sports. We heard from owner, chairman emeritus, I don't know what his title is, Charlie Jacobs. Mm-hmm. Charlie Jacobs speaking at a 50th anniversary gala. It's been 50 years in terms of the ownership of the team by the Jacobs family. I believe that's what they were celebrating last night.
Jeez.
I know. It was 50 years of something, but Charlie Jacobs making
charisma
an appearance and talking about the Boston. Charlie Jacobs talking about the Boston Bruins. What do you know?
So I feel everyone's frustration, and I hear it too. But I also feel it because I'm like our fan base. I am also a fan, and I support this team. I believe in our leadership. I know that's been called into question quite a bit recently. I hope that we can build off the last two games that we played. Because they feel like our team, in my opinion, is yet to play its best game yet.
Do you think he likes hockey?
Sorry, maybe it was for the Bruins Foundation. Maybe it was the anniversary of the Bruins Foundation.
That's very well. I hope someone's calling you out.
Well, you got that right.
How long have the Jacobs owned the team? I have no idea.
No, I have no idea either. I just know everyone bitched about him, even though there's a salary cap. Do you think that he likes hockey? It doesn't matter because there's a cap, a hard cap, and they spend up to it. But I don't. They live in Buffalo, right?
Yes.
Do you think? Are they at games?
I don't know. Not that I see.
Not that I see. Oh yeah, and they have owned the team since 1975. So he's.
Oh boy.
You would think that
long time.
Yeah, you would think. What else happened in 1975?
They bought it after.
Shout out to my mom's hoo-ha.
Yeah, they bought it
Birth
after
canal,
you were
please.
born, Fred. You've been alive longer than the Jacobs have owned the team.
Oh, that really puts it in perspective.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that you start thinking about things in those terms.
I wonder, like, I don't know anything about them except everyone bitched about them, even though there's a hard cap. But the thing is that I wonder why they bought the team, and then, like, the kid doesn't seem overly interested in the whole thing. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's just interesting to me. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing that they're not always talking.
Well,
so the anti-crabs.
Well, I feel much
or
better
anti-prospects.
I feel much better having listened to the Jacobs family pontificate.
Oh,
about
he's
the
got
Bruins.
more.
Oh, good.
Well, that's why I'm saying it.
I
Is
feel
like
way better.
It's like I don't have a negative or positive reaction to this. It's
if
just
you're trying to galvanize the fan base, you failed, sir.
Yeah, and
I don't think that works.
And it doesn't like piss me off. And I like the Bruins. It doesn't piss me off. It's just like, all right.
How about Neely? Are you more interested in what Neely had to say last night?
No, I like that you're playing Jacob stuff because you never hear him.
All right, let's hear more from Jacobs then.
I'm not going to measure success in making the Stanley Cup playoffs, okay? Let's be very clear about that. Our goal is to win the Stanley Cup, but you can't win the Stanley Cup if you don't make it to the playoffs. Our team has done that.
Wait a minute. I'm not.
I got to write this down in
Wait a minute. I'm not all about just making the
schematic.
playoffs.
Hold on.
I'm not all about just making the playoffs, but the only way we could get to where we want to go is to make the playoffs.
That's like that moron from Carolina that told us that Carolina scored more goals than the other teams.
See, this is where
that I had the nerve to hang up on.
Well,
yeah, he was talking about Nino Niederreiter, and you hung up on him.
No, your reason for hanging up on him was, but you feel free to push back. It is your birthday. I'm going to try and be nice to you today and not nitpick everything. But I believe your primary reason for hanging up on him was you couldn't listen to someone with a Southern accent talk about hockey.
Yes, I remember that reasoning as well. I think you're right about that.
So you are correct, but you could be correct both ways. When he started talking, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. This Hick's going to tell us about hockey. And then I hung up, though, because I was already going in with that attitude. Then I hung up on him, though, after he said the thing is that their team has scored more goals than the other team. Yeah. And then I was like, okay, that's the last straw. So both can be right.
There is something odd about that Southern accent when it applies to something you're not used to. There was a guy on Jeopardy the other night with like this really soft, kind of soothing Georgia drawl about him, and he is answering questions about who is William Shakespeare. And I mean, like, he knew his stuff. He knew mythology. The Bible. Oh, he ran that Bible category.
That's almost unfair.
But he knew other, what is 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd? He just knew stuff. And every time he said something in that accent, like, that doesn't sound right coming out of that guy's mouth.
Do you still record Jeopardy to watch later?
Every night.
Oh. Yeah.
Second chance tournament. We're catching up right now. But last night, that Neil deGrasse Tyson was on the Celebrity Jeopardy. And
how did he not win?
Probably won't watch that. I don't know.
What if he went up against Howard, the guy who challenged the Howard guy, the actor? That, remember from the Rogan show, who said that he remembered being in his mother's womb?
Wake up. Oh, that's my friend. But I had a different name for it. It was my hand.
Yeah, that's him remembering being in the womb. Now, he sent a scientific paper about straight lines to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Straight lines.
Vision, dreams,
curved dots that make it up.
Right.
So,
what is my mother's uterus for 500?
The number, yeah. The thing, prenatal memories for 500. That's just the best. Joe Rogan, #1 podcast. That's what's going on for 3 hours.
Terrence.
Oh. Cartesian woman. Yeah. We like the wiggles attached to it.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you just if we said one show we're gonna have Terrence Howard on for 2.5 hours straight without a break, and we're gonna sit here and babble about this stuff for 2.5 hours, it would be almost like playing scales on the guitar for a solid 10 minutes during my whole ride home.
Sounds like Howard Stern.
Where I couldn't turn it off because I'm like, oh no. DEI. You hear that? You hear that? D, E. God bless. I mean, just we're in cruise control now. We're just picking up guitars and playing Mel Bank or whatever the hell. Effing, he knows what I'm talking about. Like those how to play guitar books. He knows what I'm talking about.
Do you use a capo? No.
You know, and then the genius of Kashmir was it goes, chun, 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 chun. You hear that, Robin?
Oh, she stopped listening 15 years ago.
Oh yeah. She wasn't into it. To her credit, she was like, well checked out at that point. All right. Well, listen. So
still checking in though. Still listening every once in a while. You know.
And I listen. I love Howard Stern. I love Howard Stern. It's getting. I mean, he doesn't seem overly into it. Oh. I think not having to go into the station has not been his friend. But I mean, he's far more talented than me. What happened last night is brought to you by Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, where your hair doesn't have to be a game of what happened. So change your lettuce and change your life with Dr. Matthew Lepresti at 1-800-GET-HAIR. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
R.J. Barrett scored 22 points, and the Toronto Raptors beat the Celtics north of the border last night, 110-97. Celtics 2 games ahead of the Knicks now for second place in the East. They're back home tomorrow night to play Orlando. In hockey news, Bruins off until Saturday when they're in Ottawa, but they got Hampus Lindholm back at practice yesterday with a non-contact jersey. It's the first time he skated with his teammates since he took a shot off his leg on November 12th. And the Red Sox made a small trade yesterday to get potential backup catching help. They acquired Blake Sabol from San Francisco in exchange for international bonus pool money. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Best Ford. Looking for great deals on a new Ford? Go to the Best first. Best Ford in Nashua. Head to bestfordofnashua.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
If you need tires, think Town Fair Tire. Thinking name brands? We have them.
Toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
Sports Hub.
Hey, Fred. Just want to wish you a very happy birthday and say you're doing a great job. Don't worry about getting older and not making friends. It's easy. You just got to open yourself up and allow people into your life. Who that might be, I have no idea, but you should try it. I hope you get a bunch of awesome gifts delivered to your house today. Oh, by the way, this is Mark, Hardy's UPS guy. Enjoy the day, my friend.
Got you. It is going to be something that you will look at, you will like it, but it will never be utilized or employed.
Okay.
That is your big tease for your gift, which I will be presenting to you hopefully tomorrow.
Well, my good fortune is I just have gifts being all over the place, being thrown at me the day after my birthday.
One waiting for you this morning. What'd you get from? What'd you get this morning?
I got an overnight oats bowl from Hardy, which is from Adam 12, which is also mean of Adam 12 because he knows Hardy hates me eating the overnight oats.
Right, off of the plate. And then now you have a nice bowl. You hold it up for the YouTube people. It says Fred's Overnight Oats on the bowl.
If you have a small cat.
Yeah, the bowl's not. It was not as advertised.
This is not for a Maine Coon cat.
No, it looks like a snack bowl.
Which my mother had. Yeah, this is like we would put a little bit of milk in to get the stray cat to come to your house so you can take it to the vet. But thank you. Yes.
You're welcome. Happy birthday.
Did you order that, or did you go to Michael's and just buy some stick-on lettering?
I got it off of Etsy.
Oh, God.
Of course you did.
Well, he knew the guy. You know?
I met him at the craft fair at the church.
Yeah, exactly. They exchanged crafts. It's a whole different monetary system.
We get you a discount.
We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Just very quickly, because he's Dan. Hello, Dan.
Happy birthday, Fred. Happy birthday from Jamaica or Nebraska. I can't tell which, but I want to tell you thank you for every morning coming original, and congratulations.
Oh, so many 311 references. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. All right, Hardy. That's right. What's going on?
More big news yesterday. New England Patriots quarterback Drake Maye announced his engagement to his childhood sweetheart, Ann Michael Hudson. The pair have been dating for 9 years, shared the news on their Instagram accounts.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Love doing life with you. Can't wait to marry you. Exclamation point.
All right, if you've been together for 9 years, why the hell do you have to get married right now? What is this notion that he has to marry her at his age is ridiculous. Just when you start, I know he gets NIL money at North Carolina, but I can't imagine it's like it is at most schools. Who knows, though? But the thing is that why would you possibly? What a dumb thing. And Adam, you had a good point. I will let you have the line about people when they're that age.
Oh, yeah, his brain isn't fully developed yet. I mean, as a human being, your brain isn't fully developed until the age of 25, so he's got another 3 years to go.
So he's been with her since how old? Do the
13.
Math. Since he was 13. And so she's obvious. I wonder if they've had sex.
Oh, it's a good point. They met in middle school. They could have both waited.
Yeah, they could skirt around it. I wonder if it's going to be one of those when they need proof.
Maye and Hudson met.
Have you heard about that?
What?
In some cultures, when people get married, then there's the post-marital sex.
Oh yeah, they check for the evidence,
and then they check the evidence, and then they'll come down with the evidence and be like, "Yee!" And then there's like this big celebration. Exactly, seriously. Huh. To my understanding, it was like this thing, like
no idea. Huh.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, you've never been to Nebraska. Go ahead.
They began dating they met in middle school, began dating then and through high school, attended the same college, University of North Carolina. So the two will finally tie the knot after 9 years of courtship.
13.
Drake Maye and Ann Michael Hudson.
Oh. You want to talk about not having your brain developed. At 13, you've made the decision. At 13, you've made a life decision.
I've only met one other person that's done that.
Yeah. At 13, you've made that decision that you have to, that's what you're going to do. That for the rest of your life, you're going to do that.
I think it's nice.
It's really stupid. It's really, really stupid. And if you think it's so nice, I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
When your daughter was, my daughter's 14 in 8th grade. When your daughter was, when your daughter was 13 and in 7th grade or whatever the hell it was, would you go like, hey, it's time for a serious boyfriend?
Yeah. Oh, and if she were to marry the boy that she met, no, no, of course not.
If my daughter told me she had a serious boyfriend in 8th grade, I'd be like, all right, well, this is stop. I would be like, my advice to you is to stop this immediately.
There's only one.
What do you mean serious boyfriend?
Let me tell you something. Any mention of my daughter so much as like conversing with a boy, talking to a boy, doing anything like that, it makes my skin crawl. It makes my blood boil. I can't wrap my head around it. The only conversations that I am willing to allow, it's one that it's kind of like this ongoing family joke with us and friends of ours, our daughter and our friend's son eventually getting married one day. And the only reason why it's funny is because they've known each other since they were 5 years old. And as far as I know, have exchanged 6 words in total. They like each other. They're friends. They have a lot of mutual friends, but there is nothing to indicate there has ever been a relationship beyond classmates.
To your knowledge. I mean, maybe they're just like Ferris Bueller and they can hide everything.
Maybe it's a Romeo and Juliet thing, but it would be the opposite because we actually want them to get together. No, there's nothing about me that wants that for my daughter. No,
yeah, and I've actually talked to my kids about that. I've had that conversation when they're like, da-da-da, it's got a girlfriend, like a serious girlfriend. And I go, you know how dumb that is? Like, you're wasting your time. Now, but
again, it is. You and I had different like dating experiences at high school, but I had a serious girlfriend when I was like 15, 16. It's just different now, though. It is.
Here's the advantage of having. This is what I told my son, is that, and who knows what if he's taking it. I'm not telling you what he does or doesn't do. I don't know, but I said, you want a girlfriend the first time when you lose your virginity, because like I didn't, and it was hell. It was a terrible, terrible experience. I had lost my virginity to someone I didn't know. Turn off the lights, turn on the fan, shut the blinds. I'm not taking my shirt off. I could recite it for the rest of my life. And all the failed attempts to put a prophylactic on because I kept losing it and losing it and losing it because I was so nervous. At least I wish if I could go back, I had a girlfriend and like I was honest with her, which I never would have been in a million years, and been like, I'm a virgin. And she was like, okay, like either it wasn't or wasn't. And then like it was like that experience. That's the advantage of having the girlfriend at that age, is if you're going to lose your virginity, it's better and girl with the boy. But the notion of this is like, you know, we're in incredible love and this is we're going to go to the same college.
Yeah.
This isn't West Virginia, coal mining town.
Yeah.
You're not settling down at that point. There you go. And that's how you handle the talk.
We need some serious marriage counseling.
Okay, thank you.
What? All right.
Legend chiming in.
We'll be back in just a moment. The guys have put together such a collection of wonderful birthday wishes. We will continue in just a moment.
54. Last night at Scotiabank Arena, things were much different.
The tone was set in the opening minutes of this game.
Yeah.
And how many nights do you get punched in the mouth before you start punching back? RJ Barrett knifes through 3 Celtics, scoops it up and in with the left hand, and that will be the coup de grace.
RJ Barrett scored 22 points. Toronto beat the Green 110-97. That was Grandy and Max here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Kristaps Porzingis 18 points in a loss. Celtics have now split their last 14 games. They play Orlando tomorrow night at TD Garden. Bruins off until Saturday when they go to Ottawa. Yesterday, Hampus Lindholm practiced with the team for the first time since getting hurt over 2 months ago. He was wearing a non-contact jersey and said afterwards he's still not close to a return. In NFL news, Dallas is reportedly interested in speaking to former Jets head coach Robert Saleh, and the Jets have requested an interview with current Green Bay defensive coordinator and former BC head coach Jeff Hafley. And the Red Sox yesterday acquired catcher Blake Sabol from San Francisco for international bonus pool space. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Prime Rib Dinner at the 99. Available every Friday and until 4 p.m. all day Saturday and Sunday. 16 ounces of slow-roasted USDA choice prime rib with 2 sides. You gotta love the 9s. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Get
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app. What's the best way to listen to Toucher and Hardy?
Well, you're going to have to spend $40.
Cough it up, and let's get back to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Hey, Fred, it's Andy Wong from the Kowloon. Just want to wish you a very happy birthday. All the very best for you. You're doing great. I mean, keep crushing it. 50's nothing. It's the golden years. You're gonna be like fine wine. You just get better with age. So all the best. We love you here at the Kowloon, and hope to see you here soon. And again, you're like fine wine. Just keep doing it, man. All right. You don't last this long in this business without being great. We're happy for you, and hope to see you soon. And again, all the best. Happy birthday, brother.
Hey, Fred. It's Jay Stu. Happy 50th, my friend. Hope you have a great day. And if you're not, there's a community out there for you. You can come and join my community of cats and wrestlers. It's fun. We live longer. Bye, Fred. Happy birthday.
Oh, boy. Who was the first guy?
Andy Wong.
Andy Wong.
That's how Andy Wong talks?
Yeah. That's Andy Wong.
Yeah, crazy Boston accent.
Yeah.
Because every time I've seen him, the 2 times I've seen him, I've been at the Loon, and it's been, there's 5,000 people there, so I can't understand. I can't hear what he says. Like, it's crazy. All right. Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Just search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube, and you can watch this whole operation live. And you can watch clips of all the shows. Joe Murray's live as well at night. And that is the future. That is the future of the medium, I've been told, is YouTube, as TikTok is being banned on Sunday, which I hope happens because it's annoying, and that's what I want. That's what I hope happens. I have a feeling it's not going to happen, but maybe something goes on and that happens. All right, what's going on? What's going on? You tell me.
Well, first of all, I want to call into question Jay Stu's assertion that wrestlers live longer. What is the life expectancy of a professional wrestler?
Honky Tonk Man lived to be 115.
Yeah.
Because he was always at honky tonks.
Some of these birthday greetings are, they're short and to the point and heartfelt, but other people that 12 reached out to took a little bit longer to get their birthday greeting and message across. So long, in fact, that we actually had to edit this one that we're going to listen to now. Fred, you are in control, I believe, or do I have it, 12?
I have it.
Okay,
you
Fred's
have
got
it.
You have it there. A birthday greeting from someone who, well, he's got a lot to say.
Hey, Fred, it's Joe Murray. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Joe's doing his radio voice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Fred, it's Joe Murray. Everyone loves Joe.
Please make note of his pronunciation of birthday. If you just take it from the top again, please.
Hey, Fred, it's Joe Murray. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Oh, birthday.
Yeah. Yeah.
The hard D consonant is just, it's too much.
Birthday.
Birthday.
Yes. That's like my
Birthday.
interview. That's like my interview. That drives everyone insane.
Yeah.
It's nice to know someone else has one.
Interview.
Ennings. Yeah, it drives everyone insane. It's Joe and I are cut from the same cloth.
It's number 50. What does a 50-year-old man do on his birthday? Let me just give you Murray's musings really quick on birthdays.
Oh, God.
Okay, now is he in or out on birthdays?
Well,
Birthday.
birthdays.
A beret.
Birthday.
There's one element of the birthday. Something tells me he's going to be out on.
Okay. Vegetables.
I am out when you go to a restaurant and people sing happy birthday to you.
Why?
When you say happy birthday. Out! Everybody loves that.
It's funny because my daughter was like, why don't we go to this Jin's, this Chinese place that we always go to? And I go, because you'll say it's my birthday, and then they'll all think I'm the biggest loser in the world. That will sit there, and they're going to be like, why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have nothing better to do? That's what I think every time there's like a happy birthday, is that for like someone who's not a kid, is that you'll be like hibachi, right? Because your kids want to go.
Right.
And then there'll be like 5 adults, and they sing happy birthday, and you're like, you losers went to hibachi? This is how you're spending your birthday? So I'd rather just be a loser at home than have to go out and publicly announce it's my birthday. There's nothing more embarrassing than that. Like, one time when it might have been over COVID, I had a birthday, and God bless, it was COVID, and my ex-wife threw like a party at a movie theater with like people that I were friends with, but I didn't really see that often, to watch like Back to the Future, which is a movie I don't even really like. But the thing was, I felt like such a loser because these people had to have been like, why am I the person who's at your birthday? Like, why did you invite me to your birthday?
Why do I have to leave the house to go see a movie I've seen 10 times before and have no desire to see again?
And in fairness, like, she made a great effort, because what else could you do? You could just rent out movie theaters, right? It was like, like $50 to rent out a movie theater because they had nothing else to do. You couldn't go to a bar or a restaurant or anything. So she, did, or whatever. You had to be outside or whatever the hell the rules were. There was a bunch of rules. So, but it wasn't even the movie so much as that I was just like, I feel like you guys got to be looking at me like, why am I the one who's here?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know you that much. I didn't invite you to my birthday. It's like if someone invites you to be your groomsman, and you're like, what? Like, I wouldn't invite you to be my groomsman.
Just because I'm polite. I wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah, well, I don't know you that well. Like, this relationship seems very one-sided. And as I told you, I have male friends, but I don't know about that I want coming around on a birthday. I'll feel like I'm putting them under an obligation.
Here's why. Those people don't care about you, Fred. They don't care. They're going to be interrupted, bothered that they have to come over and sing happy birthday to a 50-year-old man. Out. Those people don't care about me. It's not genuine. But this message is genuine, Fred.
As opposed to the prostitutes that I've
Happy birthday.
Whose affections are very real. You're saying you can buy affection.
Yeah.
But this message is genuine, Fred. One of my mentors. I also should share this, Fred. I hear you always say that you take a shower and listen to my show. I think that I should share that every morning when I wake up, I'm in bed and I'm listening to you. We have a very intimate relationship, Fred.
It's true.
So here's my question, Fred. I know you don't like cheese, but what about cake? What is...
I can't believe he took it there. Wow. I'm shocked that Joe Murray's birthday greeting somehow starts off with restaurants and now is going to cake.
But it's funny because he goes, I know you don't like cheese. So that I know.
Yeah.
But here's another food for you.
So here's my question, Fred. I know you don't like cheese, but what about cake? What is Fred Toucher's cake of choice? I prefer a double-layered white vanilla cake. Maybe a carousel cake. Maybe.
Oh, the Carvel cakes.
Yeah.
You can buy those at the grocery store. There's nothing wrong with those.
Yeah. Out on Carvel.
I love Carvel.
Out.
When I go to New York, that was one of the few things in Long Island that gave me any pleasure.
And if you're from here, you understand that the Carvel commercials were by the worst sounding voice of all time.
Yeah, Cookie Puss.
Fudgy the Whale.
Oh God.
Fudgy the Whale and Cookie Puss.
Fudgy the Whale. Come buy it.
I have fond memories of it because we're walking around with my grandfather, the off-track betting and all this dumb crap I had to do while I just sat in a room. I got to go to Carvel. We didn't have that in Michigan, so I was very excited by that. Soft serve ice cream. It was like from the moon. They didn't have that in the Midwest where I was.
Maybe an ice cream cake. I don't know. I'll tell you this much, though. If you're going out for a steak and you're going out in the city, by far, the best dessert going in the area is butter cake. Oh, I love butter cake. You just gotta love that moist and flavorful American classic made with butter, eggs, flour, and sugar.
As opposed to what?
I don't know. But
isn't that every cake?
That's every cake.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so I heard that the first time, and I listened to it again. Like, he's pulling this straight off of Wikipedia. He's like, I know I like butter cake, but I don't know enough about it. If I'm going to do this greeting right, I'm going to have to do my homework. All right. I'm going to seamlessly insert this information into my birthday greeting for Fred.
The fat content gives butter cake its dense and moist texture. It is unbelievable.
You called it. That's exactly what happened. Oh, my God.
I know he cheated on the test. I mean, he just gave it away. He plagiarized.
Oh.
An insincere. Oh.
No.
So, Fred, happy 50th birthday to you. Best wishes from myself and Skaz. Miss you guys. Miss working with you. Happy birthday, Fred.
Oh, there you go. Everyone loves Joe Murray. Thank you so much, Joe. Everyone loves Joe.
Happy birthday.
And my birthday, which is exciting times. All right. Well, listen.
The butter cake is pretty legit. It's not my favorite. If you were going to ask me for it, and it had to be a cake, no, butter cake is fine. It's not what I would choose.
What would you go with?
I'm not really a cake person, though.
Really?
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I think our wedding cake there was a. Did I have a groom's cake? Probably.
I know I
or
did.
maybe we just
groom's cake?
No. We just had one cake, and I think we decided it was like a banana nut.
That's an amazing memory. That you remember what kind of cake you had at your wedding?
I think we had a banana nut cake.
I don't remember anything.
There was a discussion about frosting for my cake.
Oh, was it going to be
buttercream? It couldn't be the marshmallow.
Oh, and it couldn't be fondant, which looks nice, but it doesn't taste.
Had to be
as good.
buttercream. Buttercream frosting.
How do you recall? Well, yeah, that was your second one.
I know it's the second time around.
Yeah,
there are other negotiations.
There was a lot of things. There was a lot of moving parts. I had to take dance lessons, like the things like.
I avoided that like the plague.
Oh, I had to take dance lessons.
Didn't do it.
You did the big wedding though, with like groomsmen and bridesmaids and all that stuff.
Yeah, we had a nice wedding.
Yeah,
we had one. It was Grand Bahama Island, and then I wanted this band that I liked, the Toasters, the touring band, like a real band, to play. And my father-in-law said, they can play if you pay. And so he paid for the wedding except for the band, which was $10,000 that I had to pay out of pocket. And that was when I was 30.
And then who did the centerpieces again?
Not the centerpieces, the cookies.
The cookies.
Oh, you want the story? All right.
I do. I would like the story.
So
every time.
So I didn't feel well at my wedding, and I didn't drink at my weddings. Like, so I was dead sober. Okay. It was important to know. So because like I remember everything about my wedding.
Yeah.
And so I'm at my wedding, and it's the end, and they make you talk, and you know how it is. I didn't prepare anything, so I'm talking. And Ed, my old father-in-law, you paid for the wedding, basically. So I'm like, thank you, Ed, blah, 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 blah. And my mother-in-law started heckling me from the crowd, and not in a fun way. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And she's like, the cookies. And she came up, and she took the mic, and she said, and I made the cookies, all the cookies. If you'll notice, there's cookies on your table, and I was the one who made those cookies.
What kind of cookies were they?
It wasn't even cookies. It was like the Jewish. Malda bread or something
dense
like
and moist texture.
No, not dense and moist at all. It's one of those like things like matzah, like where they deprive it of an ingredient. Like
unbelievable.
I can't believe you don't know this, John. You went to Camp Young Judea. You're Jewish, for Christ's sake. Malda bread.
I don't know.
Anyway, it's hard. Like it's like tack. It's like something from
the hardtack from the old sailors used to get a ration of that and rum.
It's something like
you got to soak it in water before you eat it.
Yeah, it's like something from like Oliver. But it's this thing, Malda bread or something. And so she made that, and it's not good. She used to bring 10 tons of it to the house and shove it in the. I told you when she threw away all the weed. She made like 100 pounds of Malda bread or whatever.
I think it's mandel bread. Is that what it is?
Mandel bread.
Mandel bread. Yes. I'm looking at it right now. Yes.
Mandelball.
I've had it. It's not. It doesn't taste good.
So she made like no, it's not good. It's deprived of an ingredient.
Right.
It's like deliberately eating matzah. Like it's not matzah is because it doesn't have yeast, right?
Right.
Something like that. So she brought all this mandel bread. So she just opens the refrigerator. It's one of the sliding ones. She opens the freezer, and just takes a bunch of stuff out of the freezer and throws it away, including a sizable amount of marijuana.
That's right. All right. So now the jigsaw puzzle piece falls into place. You've told that story without telling us what she put in there.
Oh, yeah. It was the mandel bread.
So it was the mandel bread that replaced the package.
It was before weed was legal.
Right.
So, like, she threw away, like, a half ounce of weed. And I was like, did you throw everything away, Liz, from the freezer? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, you threw away all this weed. I'm like, what'd you think it was? And she's like, I didn't know. I didn't pay any attention. And I'm like, well, thanks a lot for all this garbage no one's going to eat. You just threw away a few $100 of weed. Thank you so much for the effort.
I got a question about the $10,000 payment to the Toasters to play your wedding.
Yeah.
Did you also have to pay for their travel and lodging?
I think it might have included travel and lodging, and I had to fly them in from Spain, not the whole band. The way the Toasters operates is there's a guy, Bucket, and he is like the leader of the band, and he has a band in North America, he has a band in South America, and he has a band in Europe.
Oh.
And there's a couple members that travel with him, but his base now is out of like Madrid or something. So I had to fly him in from Madrid. So the band might have been $5,000. Plus he was cool and like I knew him kind of, but like I ended up knowing him. But like I might have paid the band. It might have been like $5,000 for travel expenses or $6,000 for travel expenses, and then $4,000 for the band because maybe it was like that. And they wanted to go to the Bahamas. Like, they wanted to go.
Okay, that's fair.
So there you go.
All right.
Why, did you think it'd be more or less?
I would think that they would probably want $10,000 just to, like, stop what they were doing and come play a show.
Look at their tour. They tour. Look where they play. Okay. $5,000's plenty.
But you're gonna have to pay for me to get there too.
No, I paid for them to get there. But yeah, $5,000 more than they make a night playing. That I assure you. The Toasters aren't making $5,000 a night when they play. No. Bucket just wants to travel the world.
Well, on May 7th, they'll be playing Will's Pub in Orlando.
Yeah, dude. And one of the guys is from Orlando, lives in Orlando. One of the touring guys of the touring band. Will's Pub. How much do you think they make playing Will's Pub? Not $5,000. That I'll tell you.
Probably some mozzarella sticks.
Yeah, I think
wings.
And I think Bucket, gets $500 and just like, there you go. That's enough. In the band, you'll get food in the experience. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. So much news about coaches as the Patriots have settled on Mike Vrabel. Not settled, but they've settled in with Mike Vrabel. We'll, a lot of news, a lot of theories, interesting theories coming out about the NFL. We'll have that for you in just a moment.
If you want to do something, just call me. If you want to go to Disney with me, come on. If you want to go to spring training, come on. You want to go to the Cape League with me? Come on. You want to go to Fenway? Come on. We'll have a good time. Pam won't mind. Harry won't mind. Tori won't mind. It'll be fun. So, lots of good things ahead for you at 50, Freddie. Lots of love. Wake up every day. Just keep going. It's awesome. I love you, Freddie T. Happy 50th.
There you go, Danny Roach, who slyly texted me last night after he had bothered Adam 1,000 times. He said, "Hey, Fred, Tori is moving. You're in Newton, correct? What cinema do you go to?" As if that was some information that I had. Like he was going to India and wanted to know where to stay.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't ask me, because he also texted me last night. First with this preamble of, "Hey, Hardy, hope all's well with you and the family. What's the latest on the college front with your daughter? Also, what's Fred's personal email?"
Yeah, he couldn't just ask you for the email. He had to cage it with...
Oh, no, that'd be rude.
That would be rude. So he has to feign interest in your life. But it's very nice that Dan did that. He's obviously getting me something for my birthday. But
And Dan and I did have a longish, as long a discussion as you can have during a commercial break the last time he and I worked together about my daughter and her colleges. So
right, so he was letting you know he remembered.
Yeah.
But he wasn't overly sly. And Adam just sent me gobbledygook to get the movie theater that I went to. It was just like something his son or something or other, and then here we go, and then I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, 12 is a bad liar, which is a sign of a good person.
Yeah,
but
I'm no good at that.
Too many details.
Yeah, too many details. Yeah. All right, so, there's job openings all over the NFL. Not every team is as unfortunate or as locked in on someone as the Patriots were with Mike Vrabel. And some minor ones, like Aaron Glenn has told people, according to the New York Post, he wants the defensive coordinator for the Lions wants to go to the Jets. I think that will happen. I don't know. The Jets are interviewing the old BC coach. That
BC went 7-6 in Jeff Hafley's final year. He beat SMU in the Fenway Bowl, and here he is, a little over a year later, interviewing for a head coaching job in the National Football League.
Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, they want to hire the GM before the coach. So who knows? But that's I know. There's no. I mean, if he gets the job, I've got to reconsider. I got to really try to get off this team. If they hire the old worst BC, like the bad BC coach, not O'Brien.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you hire Bill O'Brien then? Why would you hire this guy? Bill O'Brien at least has been an NFL coach with some success. I mean, this guy, it wasn't good at BC.
No, he wasn't. Green Bay's defense was decent this year.
Yeah, all because of him.
I think it's a joke they're doing it, but as I told you yesterday, and I told you off the air before we started today, Aaron Glenn's going to be the next head coach of the Jets.
Who knows if he's a good coach or not? At least he played there.
But it makes sense on a lot of different levels, And
he could handle it.
Yeah.
Like he could handle being there.
Well, can he handle being a head coach? He was asked about, him being a defensive coordinator and, how's that going to translate?
Here's the one thing that I would say about myself. I'm a coach. I just happen to be on defense. I understand the offense just as well as a number of people. So if you're going to hire me, you're going to hire a coach. You're not going to hire a defensive coach. I'm going to talk to the offense just as much as I'm going to talk to the defense.
Yeah, he's apparently a lot like Campbell. He's very vocal and like the same kind of personality. And everyone thought Campbell would be. I thought Campbell would be a terrible coach. I thought that Ford was out of her mind hiring Dan Campbell in Detroit. And then he sucked, and she stuck with him. And look at him now.
Yeah.
Now Hardy and I will be there on Saturday. But the big news is the Raiders opening. I told you before when the report came out that Ben Johnson, who's the big hot offensive coordinator for the Lions, that he wasn't interested in Vegas until Tom Brady convinced him. And I could see being an offensive coordinator and going yeah, I'd like to talk to Tom Brady, pick his brain, 3-hour interview, it goes both ways. But if I'm not taking a job because Tom Brady's a minority owner of a team,
that's not enough.
That's not enough. And what the hell's he gonna do? Right? What's Tom Brady going to do to make everything so magical? But suffice it to say, Ben Johnson said that he talked to Tom Brady before the Green Bay game on the field, All right, that's tampering. First of all, you can't do that. An owner of a team can't talk to a prospective coaching candidate on the field before a game. And second of all, you're calling the Super Bowl. And who knows? I don't know what Lion game he's calling. If he's calling the Lion game on Saturday, but you're gonna if you're not calling it on Saturday, you're calling the NFC Championship game. So what the hell? So he can't do either job. Pick one. Now you're friends with Ben Johnson, and you're gonna try to hire him as a coaching candidate, and we're gonna sit and watch you on the NFC Championship game.
Fox has the Commanders and Lions this weekend.
Okay, so there you go. That's probably Tom Brady's game, right? Because unless Fox has two,
no, they only have one.
They only have one. All right, so that's Tom Brady's doing the game. By the way, the Lions can win that game, but they're making the NFC Championship. But the thing is that if you're watching that at home, he's gonna critique the Lions' offense. He's going to critique the Lions' play calling. He can't do any of that. He's trying to hire the guy.
You could do 3 Lions games in a row.
Yes, Brady. Yeah, Brady will do 3. If the
Lions,
he'll do
out,
2.
Yeah, 3. He'll do 3 Lions games in a row.
I don't know if they're winning the NFC Championship.
In what world is that not tampering?
Or what world is it? So tampering with the coach, fine, and then everyone does it. So say that's the case. You're Fox,
but this is
hang
out
on
there.
But you're Fox. And I'm paying this guy hundreds of millions of dollars to be less than average at this thing. And now he's not going to – because think about it. If you're Ben Johnson and your team struggles and it's going to get back to you because everyone you know is watching Tom Brady call the game. Literally probably everyone you know is doing it. And if Tom Brady's being critical of the offense and critical of the offensive play calling, it's going to piss you off. It's certainly not going to help you want to take that job.
Sure.
I mean, if it's best case scenario, it's not going to make you like him more.
Right. And I'm glad you brought up Fox in their role in all this because there's a good article. I think it was USA Today of all places, but talked about how is this okay? And one of the lines said, not a single authority figure with Fox or the league. But this is what stood out to me. Not a single authority figure with Fox hesitated to send Brady to Detroit, as reports surfaced that he was doing all he could to bring Johnson to Las Vegas. Well, if I'm Fox and I'm paying him this $37 million a year, no, I'm not going to hesitate to send him there. He's supposed to be our guy for this game. Now, if you're going to have second thoughts because he's not going to call a great game because he's got these conflicting interests, well, so what? He hasn't done a great job calling a game all season. But you still got to have him there.
It was just so short-sighted.
And it's all out in the open. I mean,
so you knew he was going to be a minority owner of Vegas. You knew it. I mean, you're paying the NFL $1 billion. You know what's going on, and you knew that they were going to. You knew that there was a good chance that crap team was going to need a coach. You never thought that this was going to happen. You know Ben Johnson's his number one choice, and now he's got 3 games. The Super Bowl. He's going to call the effing Super Bowl while he's – by the way, he can't hire Ben Johnson before the Super Bowl. So his final interview with Ben Johnson, if they make the Super Bowl, he could do one of the weeks before the Super Bowl.
Right.
But they can't hire him. I don't believe they can even if they can hire him before the Super Bowl.
It'll be like a deal that's done that they announce right after the Super Bowl is over.
Right.
But you were talking about, tampering. There are hundreds of ways that people have discovered tampering, stuff in the media where you talk about another player that you're not supposed to. This is on the field right before the game. You're talking to this guy, and he could do it again next week and again the week after that. And I'm reading the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and all the reports are a lot of momentum building between Ben Johnson and the Raiders. It looks like it's going to happen, but it's all happening out in the open for the first time.
Yeah,
the NFL has a problem here.
Yeah,
and by the way, it's a problem of their own creation, but it's a problem. You have this happening on the field before the game. If this were any other team or any other player, everyone would be pointing fingers, but because it's Brady, it isn't happening.
And I'm Chicago, and now I got to sit here, and Ben Johnson's my first choice, and I have all these restrictions.
None of those teams have a chance. And what about those other 5 teams that have openings that want Ben Johnson? They're all sitting there saying, well, we have to cross him off our list. We got to go with our second choice.
I can't believe Ben Johnson would take that Vegas job. I can't believe it. They have no quarterback.
Maybe he likes
their
Shedeur
team's
Sanders.
a joke. Their team's a joke. I don't think Ben Johnson would. The Jets aren't even interviewing him. Jets crappy franchise. Ben Johnson wouldn't take that job. I think they're not interviewing because they want Aaron Glenn. But I wouldn't expect him to take the Jets job. Why would he take the Vegas job? Why the hell? If he's so selective, why would he take that job? And the funniest thing to me, and Hardy lived there, the funniest thing to me is like, it's glamorous, like it's Vegas. What the hell are you talking about?
That's wrong.
What are you, 4?
I know.
It's so glamorous out there.
Maybe he's in love with Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders.
I
Maybe
mean,
that's what it
a
is.
facility-
I don't know.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
You're
He's
right,
in love
though.
with Caleb Williams is what he'd be in love with.
They drafted well last year. The top 3 picks were Brock Bowers and 2 starting offensive linemen.
Okay, but everyone knew Brock Bowers was going to be good, and he's a tight end. And by the way, I read that someone was voting him for his offensive MVP.
By the way, the
Rookie of
GM
the
who
year.
drafted those 3 guys is no longer with the franchise, but at least they drafted well last year.
I mean, for the
They got 3 guys.
for the Raiders, you can, if you're trying to talk yourself into it, why someone would want that job. The facilities are not just because Bill Belichick said it's the Taj Mahal of
Right.
football, but the facilities reportedly are really, really nice. Is that enough to overlook the situation that you have with the roster, the division that you have to play in,
The owner,
and all that to say, you know what? This really isn't the spot I'm looking for, and as big a spot as this is, my first head coaching job, I'm going to have to perform, going to have to do well, but they got a really nice weight room and a really nice practice facility. It's not enough.
By the way, John, if he really likes Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward, he'd take the Tennessee job. I mean, Tennessee's got the number 1 pick.
Agreed.
So I don't understand why he would take that. They got a
trying to think
buffoon child of an abusive father who was terrible to that kid. And now he's sitting there with his bowl cut in van and he doesn't know what's going on. So you sit in a room with the Davis boy, Mark Davis, and then and after that meeting you want the Vegas job? Look at the history of that franchise. Gruden was a good coach, but he got screwed over with the email thing. Other than that, it's just disaster after disaster.
That's the thing. Gruden was on the verge of, if you look, Gruden was on the verge of turning that team around when all the bad stuff happened, and he had to leave.
No, he's a good coach.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, John Gruden's a good coach, but he got screwed over. They released a bunch of stuff. Here's what you got. Here. Let's go back to. Let's assume. When do you think he took over the team? It doesn't matter. Just pick a year. Let's go after the first Gruden run.
Sure.
Okay. Bill Callahan, Norv Turner, Art Shell, Lane Kiffin, Tom Cable, Hugh Jackson, Dennis Allen, Tony Sperano.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jack Del Rio.
Yeah.
Gruden, Rich Bisaccia.
Yeah, he was the interim, right?
Yeah. Josh McDaniels and Antonio Pierce. Okay, yeah, that's the job I want. That's worse than anybody. I dare you to put anyone up against that. Any bad team up against that run. What? Jesus Christ,
after Gruden,
that's a 24-year run of coaches. The second go-around with Gruden was okay.
Yeah, after Gruden left the first time and went to Tampa Bay and won the Super Bowl, no one's been the head coach for longer than 3 years.
Bill Callahan was 15 and 17. North Turner was 9 and 23. Yeah. Art Shell was 2 and 14. Lane Kiffin was 5 and 15. Tom Cable was 17 and 27. Hugh Jackson was 8 and 8, but then they got rid of him.
Del Rio had one good year.
Okay.
Del Rio had one good year, and they lost their first playoff game.
Well, fantastic. Again, he was the coach for, 3 or 4 years?
Del Rio, 3 years.
Hachi Machi.
No one's been the head coach longer than 3 years since Gruden left the first time.
But because of Tom Brady being around, because Tom Brady was good at quarterback, now he's going to be that's the reason you take that job? I don't like that. That would make me question his sanity. All right, Andrew Callahan, as always, is going to be in studio at 8 o'clock. The boys have put together a little something for me in honor of my 50th birthday, as I am now going in. I've seen a lot more sunsets than I'm going to see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The time is the hourglass, not much on the top anymore.
Genetically, though, I mean, your father, who has not, lived the traditional Jacqueline Lane healthy lifestyle his
He's
entire
not.
life.
And his quality of life is off the charts right now.
But he's well into his 80s.
He's turning 83 this year.
Yeah, so you're fine. You've got plenty of time.
My grandfather on my mother's side lived to be in his 90s, but my grandfather on my father's side died in his 50s.
Oh.
And then my grandfather's father died of alcoholism like when he was like 40.
I wouldn't worry about that. I think
and then his wife died on the boat from Ireland. And she must, they were in Ireland with 2 kids. She must have been 15. So she died at teenager or whatever with the 2 kids. And then, my grandfather's father was the big driver for whatever that Irish thing was in New York.
Maybe you play that Fred is dead sounder again.
He stuck my grandfather with his 3 sisters, and they made him work.
The big driver thing?
He was a driver for the big Irish. Listeners have told me what it was called before. I forget the Irish political mob thing.
Oh,
yeah. Whatever that's called. But he was he hit the bottle too much. He got involved in that lifestyle. Tammany Hall.
Oh,
good job. You're better than me. All right, and that goes without saying. All right, here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines. Fred describes himself in 7 words.
A guy in tights and a cape.
And Hardy with blunt honesty.
I am not known as Mr. Fun.
Toucher and Hardy continues on the Sports Hub.
Yo, what up, Freddie T? Sarge here, wishing you a very happy birthday with this salute of the day. Cheers to many more years, and hopefully you'll be able to celebrate soon at the Kowloon.
The birthday greeting, Sarge, quick and to the point. That was a really nice surprise. I didn't know we had that one coming, so that was good to hear. This one you could probably guess. You would hear from this person, but much like Joe Murray, brevity, not this person's strong suit. So we couldn't just jam it into the intro music as we begin a segment. This one requires a little more investigation.
All right, let's go.
Happy birthday, Fred. It's your old pal Adolfo.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't texted me yet. It's only 5:50 there. He should have been up by now.
Wishing you a happy 50th birthday.
He had to check his notes.
Plus, he was just counting on his hands.
He had to check his notes. Happy
We've gone
what?
from birthday to birthday.
Happy birthday.
Sitting here.
No. Well, he took the time to sit down. It's very unlike Adolfo. Usually he's in constant motion. The ball of energy.
Sitting here in my car.
People beeping because you've stopped in the middle of an intersection to do this. You can hear the people beeping as he drives down the wrong side of the road.
Sitting here in my car, eating a regular turkey Jersey Mike sub because you can't find a decent sandwich place around here. And I'm thinking about all the times we had when we got sandwiches.
That you
at
paid
Jim's
for.
Deli, Kiki's, Union Grill.
All the food that I didn't have to pay for.
All the sandwich places that you guys visited together. This is really nice.
He's the king of free association. He's eating a sandwich, so here we go. By the way, I've never been to, what's that called?
Union Grill.
It's Union in Newton.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not
Center,
Union.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it wasn't Union Grill. Okay. I don't think it was.
Oh, I miss Kiki's. Kiki's was legit.
Kiki's was great. Now, you
Yeah,
were
it was.
there a while. You were waiting for a while.
Yeah, but it was worth it.
They were in no rush, but it was good.
And don't look upon them while they're preparing your food either.
Yeah.
Just go back and look at some of the Irish chips and candy.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird place with that stuff. Like, you know what I miss from Ireland? The food. Said no one.
The snack food specifically.
Yeah. It's like the one bad thing about Ireland is the food.
I think. That was a great sandwiches. Wow.
What a nice birthday greeting. Those were great sandwiches. And that's going to be on my tombstone. He ate some great sandwiches.
Wow. It felt like only yesterday when we first met in Phoenix. And I was like 19 years old.
Yeah.
I'm about to turn 39.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, he couldn't drink legally.
Oh, that's right.
And I don't think he did drink, as a matter of fact.
No.
He didn't drink till he was 21. We
No,
never
he
gave him
didn't.
alcohol.
Nope.
We really never gave him alcohol, which is very nice of us.
That's crazy. This is not about me. This is about you making it to the big 5-0. That's right. The only good 5-0 is your age, big dog. Because
why?
Cap, am I right?
What? Because why? This is all free association.
It takes him a while to get there.
I'm eating a sandwich. Here's a sandwich. 50. Now let's review. He's like Carlin. He's riffing.
It's like a good oral argument. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, and then I'm going to tell you what I told you.
I know, but in the middle of the sentence, he has to stop at a traffic light.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He's just like riffing. Like, this is Adolfo, just free
A
association.
lot of red
riffing.
lights on this street.
Like, let him go. Like, just get him on stage at the Comedy Store and just let him go.
Because Cap, am I right?
What does that mean, Fred?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
You guys don't know what ACAB means?
No.
I mean, it's
no.
It's all cops are bastards. Adolfo's making an ACAB joke. Apparently.
Okay.
Why? What is?
Because the only 5-0
is
Yeah.
you turning 50. And
Yeah.
I see.
He does have he does have a weird anti-cop thing that kind of he's attached himself to here in the last few years.
It's pretty funny because people get like mad at him because he's like super like he's adopted online this like super like leftist thing, and it's like you're mad at Adolfo for his political beliefs. Like, give him a break.
Exactly.
Like you can't give anyone a break. Just give him a break. You know. I've had people emailing me. I can't believe you're having that guy on. He hates this and this. I'm like, it's Adolfo. Leave him alone.
He knows not what he says.
No, it's not even that. It's just like, you know Adolfo. Like, leave him alone. Like, who cares? Who cares what he believes?
Hang on. What's that? No, I'm not rolling down my window. I don't got a cage. Sorry. Anyway.
Huh?
The panhandler came to his car window.
That's Adolfo. I speak Adolfo. He said, "I don't got any cash."
Yeah.
Anyway, I also remembered a lot of the rides we used to take together. When you dropped me off at my house or wherever I lived at the time, and all the lessons you departed on me. You know.
No.
You taught me how to tip. Taught me how to finesse a lady. And then you also taught me how to eat.
Oh, God. Wow.
Let it play.
Oh, my God.
And then you also taught me how to eat. That last part is not true, but I'm just curious to see if that got played on the radio or not. Anyway, so here's looking forward to see you again. You know, as we become the boys of summer.
Yeah, give you more money.
That's right.
As I crash at your place. So may you continue to live another 50 years and continue crushing your enemies. Happy birthday, Fred.
All right, there you go.
Happy birthday.
I love Adolfo. I get very excited with Adolfo, and I am going to fly him in when the weather gets nice.
Good for you.
Yeah,
That's
I will.
Crazy.
And I'll leave a very open-ended return as he will push it back and push it back.
I loved when Adolfo came to visit last fall. We had some fantastic radio out
I'm going to
there.
bring him back in the spring.
Hey, Adolfo, could you fly out on your own dime this time?
I don't got a cage. Sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't have any of that.
How about pay for your hotel room?
No. I will pay for everything.
That's crazy.
I know.
If I'm still employed in the spring, I will fly Adolfo back up.
Wow.
Yeah, I will.
Big dog.
Because I didn't even really hang out with him outside of the show.
He is
the last time
America's
he was here.
guest, that kid. He is something.
He is something.
You can't find a decent sandwich place around here.
I can't. More than being 50, him being 39 is insane. When he
Wow.
turns 40, oh boy.
That's crazy.
Maybe that's what you do. You fly him up here for his 40th birthday.
Yeah, I mean, but I want to do it before then. But yeah. He should probably be up here for his 40th. All right. We'll be back. Andrew Callahan will join us in just a moment.
More Toucher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
Get ready to elevate your game this NFL playoff season with FanDuel, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay for any game. Just place a 3-leg NFL same-game parlay, and it'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own and choose from one of the popular SGPs pre-built for your FanDuel in your FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So what are you waiting for? Get your no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Fred. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 or older and present in Massachusetts. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Hope is here. Gambling helpline at Maye.org, or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support. Played smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com or call 1-800-GAM-1234.
Matthews Nissan.
linebacker Ben Johnson to wind up with the Raiders. And the Red Sox made a small trade yesterday. They got catcher Blake Sabol from San Francisco in exchange for international bonus pool money. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Albrecht Auto Group, Zoe's Auto Dealer. Get respect at Albrecht. Now 8 locations, including the all-new Subaru of Wakefield. Thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles, all at the right price at albertauto.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Boston plays here.
Pressure, half court, it's in the air. He got it! He did it again!
98.5 The Sports Hub. Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, The Sports Hub.
Gentlemen, good morning. I wanted to congratulate Fred on another year in the van, year around the sun. A son of Detroit, a man who could have seen bad brains and negative approach at the City Club in 1982 if he'd only had a ride. A man who is loyal and roots for the New York Jets, the franchise that drafted Jeff Lageman. And a man that's been around long enough to see Al Pacino throw me against the plate glass window in Heat, Michael Mann's opus. So, Freddie, enjoy it. Have a great day. Lift some free weights and go out there and punch 50 in the chest. Play my sounder.
Oh, yes. Henry Rollins, nice enough to call in. Getting coming off the road in his disciplined freeway workouts. Yes,
that was just my favorite. I enjoyed that. Thank you, Henry Rollins.
Yeah, he's had that for. He's been doing that forever. The punching in the chest thing is Henry Rollins said that what got him to work out was a teacher in high school would punch him in the chest, and then he started working out, and then finally the teacher punched him in the chest, and it didn't hurt anymore, and he realized that weights were the way to go. All right, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Andrew Callahan from the Herald is here, but I've been told to take this phone call from Billy the Kid Tibbetts, who played in the National Hockey League. He's very upset.
Oh, nice.
Billy, go ahead.
I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday and maybe give you a couple pointers for your show.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, happy 50th. I just turned 50. And since you're a Detroit guy, I just wanted to give you some background information on Boston. We don't care about birthdays. We care about sports and comedy. And your show is neither funny or informative. And I just want to know, what's going on with the show? Do you guys need some help?
Why did you bring up your birthday if people don't care about birthdays, Billy?
I apologize for that.
Okay. Good talking to you.
Billy,
Happy birthday.
I just don't want you to hurt me. That's all. Promise you won't hurt me.
I won't hurt you.
Okay,
I won't
thank
hurt you. I just think you guys need some help.
All right,
for the
very
show.
good. Okay, good.
No
Thank
one
you.
cares about the show. No one cares. The show's terrible.
You've promised not to hurt me, though. You swear to God.
If you, as long you guys get paid for this show.
No. It's free. But listen, don't hurt me. That's all. Thank you, Nick, for telling me to take that call. You said Nick said he's very well known, but I looked at his Wikipedia and I just don't want him to hurt me.
249 penalty minutes in 46 games.
You would be the one who talks about him. I'm not doing anything. I don't want him hurting me.
No one cares about the show. No one even calls into the show.
No, absolutely not. It's too. Listen, the criticism's too much. It's my birthday after all. All right, Andrew Callahan is here. Thank you, Andrew, for coming in. It's been a busy couple weeks for you.
Yes.
All right. So they were pretty focused in on Mike Vrabel. We haven't had your thoughts on it. What are your thoughts on Mike Vrabel?
My thoughts in column at the Boston Herald were right coach for the right time. A guy who's been here, not as a player, but a guy who's been in the chair before, knows how to rebuild a culture, kind of raises your floor, and that's what they need right now. And he even said this in his press conference, that he's not sure the Patriots are good enough right now to take advantage of bad football.
That was the number one thing I took away from that press conference.
Best quote. And that's who Mike is. It's who he's always been. Like, no one busted Belichick's balls more than Mike Vrabel. He's going to tell you what he thinks. What he thinks is often pretty smart. and that's his assessment of the Patriots. So when he walked into that building, they're automatically better. And my takeaway after the press conference on Monday was he's kind of walking the walk, not only with that comment, but just as Gerard said once upon a time, you want to connect with players, develop relationships. When he walked away from the podium, the two closest people to him were Robert Kraft, his new boss, and his wife, Jen. He went by both of them. Embrace, big bear hug for David Andrews, Joe Cardona, two captains, and then went back. And I think that to me is what you see is what you get with Mike, and they need everything that he's about.
Did they miss out on a chance to reset the way they do things? Because that was my takeaway from this. They hurried through the Rooney Rule portion of the interview process. They threw a token interview to Ben Johnson, but it was clear they were locked in on one guy, when in reality, the way the Patriots have done business over the last 4 or 5 years hasn't worked. I mean, they had missed a golden opportunity to speak with everybody, get ideas from other places, and maybe retool the way they do things top to bottom.
Yeah, you know what's funny, John, is when Doug and I authored our story exactly a week ago about what happened behind the scenes, there was a quote we didn't include because you get a lot and you trim it down. What's the most pertinent, best information that we have? But someone told us you can't expect the first-time head coach to be your savior. What I think this search said is the Crafts view Mike Vrabel, second-time head coach going on his 7th year in that job, as a savior. Because like you said, they eschew the opportunity, and I criticize them for this in the process, of just chatting with the best minds in football, from the best teams in football. What do you think of us? How do you do your business? And at that time, you can steal those ideas. So even if you do end up at Mike Vrabel, be like, hey, Ben Johnson told us about this. What do you think about this?
Right.
Hey, we heard from Aaron Glenn. He was talking about this defense. Have you ever thought about that? He played like you. He's older than you, coached just as long as you. What do you think about this? And stuff that you can even just incorporate analytically, sports science, whatever it is. They said, no, Mike Vrabel's good. He's a savior. He'll do this all for us. And right now, as we kind of understand it, reading some tea leaves, he has all the power. So he better be the savior.
Okay, so they felt obviously that they couldn't whiff on him. They figured that they needed to get him right away, and so they decided that they weren't going to do these interviews, and they decided to completely focus on him. There are other teams, and all these other teams, in fairness, have not had the success of the New England Patriots under the Crafts. These are worse franchises, but they have cast these super wide nets. All right? From what you just said, do you think it was necessary for them to do this as quickly as they did? Was there a because we heard Vrabel told Brady, this is just, people said, Vrabel told Brady, I'm going to the Patriots, don't bother, interviewing me. Was it necessary to do this? If they hadn't done it by now, do you think Vrabel would have gone somewhere else?
I don't think so, but I also think as much as we can fairly criticize the Crafts and their process, the bottom line is, in my opinion, and certainly theirs, you got the best head coaching candidate on the market. You can't do better than the best. So to them, it was like, let's just get him in here.
You think he's the best?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's not because I don't think Ben Johnson doesn't have the potential to be a franchise-changing head coach. He's been an outstanding coordinator for a long time. Super smart guy. People that you talk to around him will deliver harsh messages to players. And it's not just about the brainiac that he is. But I'm done betting on potential. I wrote that after the Chargers game, going, hey, look, if Mike Vrabel wants this job, Patriots have one more game. Just give it to him. Get Gerard Mayo out of here. And so, to me, he was the most experienced, proven, winning record. Third best record, by the way, as an underdog when he was in Tennessee across all head coaches from 2018 to 2023. That, to me, caught my eye. That's a good coach.
Okay, because you could make other arguments, he inherited a good team and kept it kind of the same.
I don't think it was that good, though.
Okay, but they were 9-7 the 2 years before he got there, and then they were 9-7 the 2 years after he took the job.
Right, so it's a middling roster, and you go back, I think there were maybe 3 Pro Bowlers in that first team, one of which was a punter, and you've got a quarterback in Marcus Mariota, who we all know is now journeyman backup. Then he's supplanted by the great Ryan Tannehill, who has one really good season in 19. But otherwise, this is a head coach who was 9 games over 500 with 2 bad seasons at the end and never had an elite quarterback. I don't know how many coaches do that.
All right, so we're going to do this, and the fan base is going to do this. If the Patriots are going to be – you would think the Patriots are not going to be reasonably make the playoffs next year. Hopefully they'll still be – you only have to be around 500 around at the end of November to be in the conversation. That's
in the
kind
mix.
In the mix.
Yeah.
Now, some teams don't do that. You would hope the Patriots do that next year.
There's a path. There's a
but
path.
But that's all you need is to have games that technically matter.
After Thanksgiving, yes.
Yeah, believe me,
nice.
It's no fun when they don't. So, if say Vrabel takes this job and the team is not as bad as this year, but still bad. Like they can't, fix everything that they have. And there's some other coach that was hired in this cycle that is on a bad team, and that team happens to be like Washington and takes off a little bit. How are the Crafts going to handle that whole? Are they going to be able to sit through that whole thing? Because they pay attention. I mean, they do. I know. The more I'm hearing, the more I know they pay attention.
Yes, a lot.
Yeah, a lot. So when the whole conversation is, well, look at Arthur Smith. He took this job, and he had coaching experience, and now, this team is red hot. How are they going to handle that?
It's a good question. I don't think it'll happen because I think this was, if not the best, at worst, top 3 jobs that you could have right now. So if that other coach goes and takes off with, say, the Raiders or the Jets or, the Bears are probably comparable to the Patriots, like something else happened, I think, besides the head coach to kind of raise the tide that lifted all the boats around him. Because
sure, yeah.
If you're looking
like
at
Jaden Daniels came to, I mean, that's a big. It's not just the coach. I mean, Jaden Daniels is the reason that franchise is so good now, but it just happens it coincided with the coach.
But I'm glad you brought up Washington because I think the situation the Patriots find themselves in now is comparable to where Washington was a year ago. You need some organizational competence, some upgrades across the organization, not just in the coaching staff, but in the front office, sports science, all these different departments. You get an experienced head coach, not Dan Quinn, but obviously Mike Vrabel. You have a ton of cap space. You have a rookie or second-year quarterback, and now you're able and willing to surround him with players in free agency just to say, ready, set, go. Plus a last place or third place schedule moving forward, so the Patriots aren't fighting that anymore like they have been the last 2 years despite having a crappy record. And to me, I think there's a commander's-level jump in here possibly for the Patriots in 2025. If another head coach has success, whatever. I just don't think anyone's arguing today when you had to hire him.
No.
Arthur Smith was better than Mike Vrabel.
No,
that happens, whatever.
Yeah, there's no question.
But a commander's level jump, that means you're into the divisional round of the playoffs.
So potential. I'm just going to underscore this before this is clipped. Hello, YouTube. And everyone listens to this.
Get ready to clip this.
If you look at that schedule, and there's a lot of free agency to go through, obviously the whole draft, yada, yada. Panthers, Raiders, Giants, Browns. Like, they don't have to go to the West Coast. They've got, again, a coach who's going to walk in and raise the level where how many games we watched last year? There were 2-6 and one-score games. 1 or 2, and we're not doing if you just take this out, Gerard Mayo argument. No, legitimately, they could have been, probably should have been, a 5-6 win team this year.
Right.
Okay, give them that now, plus a couple extra wins with all the additions you're making in free agency. You're now, as we said, in the mix.
Right.
Okay? You also probably benefit, as Washington did, from a weak division. I'm not guaranteeing any of this is going to happen.
Why is the division weak?
Well, why should they have been a 5 or 6 win team this year?
I mean, just don't let Anthony Richardson take a Sunday drive for 5.5 minutes.
I think your record is what your record is. You shouldn't have won that first game of the season.
No. It's not. It's that if you had a more competent head coach,
better coached,
if you were better coached, you would have won the game.
situationally.
Which is, that's like saying it. Yeah, the record is what the record is, and Mayo's out. But the argument is, if you had a competent head coach, could you have found a couple more wins? That's just the argument. It's a hypothetical.
Well, you know what, too? When you look at, and this is not,
but why is the division weak? I just want to ask, why is the division weak?
I mean, you beat the Jets every single year.
Yes. No, okay, take them out of it.
Could be COVID. It could be you have the worst stretch of your franchise in 30 years. You're still beating the Jets.
Yes.
The Dolphins have a quarterback now who's one hit away from maybe his career being over. And when he doesn't play, we saw that they were not just a below 500 team. They're a team that belongs in the top 5, top 10 of the draft. Again, not guaranteeing this is going to happen. Obviously,
but you split with Miami and the Jets. Maybe you beat the Jets twice, and then you got to split with Buffalo. I don't know. Forget it. That's just nitpicking. But you think that they're so anyway. So weak division,
make the playoffs.
So you think they could make the playoffs?
I think they could. Yes, and I think honestly, given everything that they've learned, what they should do in free agency, and we'll see. That's not a guarantee. As we know that they'll spend big bucks. That we should expect that out of them. Okay. Like, you've been through the doldrums. You've overturned head coaches. You've got a franchise rookie quarterback. You've officially reset all of your books. Okay, there's a new head coach who knows what he's doing. I don't know what more excuses there are. Their talent is what the talent is, but no one around here is expecting or asking for a championship. Push for a wild card spot. 14 out of 32 teams make the playoffs in this league.
Let's let's break, and then I want to find out what they need to do in the offseason to make that happen.
Out of your mind.
You are
You're out
absolutely
of your mind.
insane for even thinking that.
It's not unheard of.
In the mix.
No,
You get some. You get
in the
some,
mix.
Yeah, you stay in the mix. And
You've covered every one of these games, and you've forgotten what the roster looks like.
Well, that's what we'll get
How
into.
is that possible?
That's what we'll
That's
get
what
into.
free agency and the draft are for.
But perfect. Everyone hits home runs there.
We will figure out what Andrew Callahan, who's very bullish on the future of the Patriots,
What he's been smoking. Next.
Look, it's better. It's a better conversation than why they're going to suck again. So, look, what do they have to do in the offseason to get in the mix? Again, no one's expecting them to be, 14-3, but how will they be in the mix? We will have that.
No,
for you.
he's couching at 10-7, 11-6.
I never came close to 10-7. In the mix.
You're
hanging
in the mix.
around.
All right, let's figure it out. And then you get you get a puncher's chance in the wild card round. Who
Sure.
knows? All right, we'll figure it out. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Touch.
folks out there didn't think you were going to make it this far. But hey, you fooled them all, Freddie. With that razor wit and those rock-solid abs, you still turn a female head every time you walk into a room. So happy birthday, my friend. Remember, 60 is the new 70.
50.
What?
He's only 50.
Oh, I got to think about that. Oh, hold it. Wow. A lot of miles on that truck.
This is where that team has got it locked down. When it comes to gunners, this guy is the
They
best.
can scout that position real well.
But regardless, non-sarcastically, they have, in my estimation, pretty much two well above average players at premium position, and they're both at premium positions. One is Drake Maye and one is Christian Gonzalez. Do you stand by that opinion? Are those
one of the worst rosters in the NFL?
Yeah. Okay. So do you think that those are basically like the two studs on the roster?
Tentpole players, blue chip players. Pick your synonym. You're
Okay,
right.
very good. All right, so you agree. So a lot of holes to fill. All right, but they have a lot of money in free agency, and they got a high draft pick. How do you tackle the offseason to rebuild that quickly?
So you have to start in the trenches, and that goes for both sides of the ball. And this is not like the old coach's cliche of football's won up front, and you got to build inside out. That's where you're weakest. And so I want to add this too: is it's not just like I think the world of Mike Vrabel, because there are things he said, even this week that I kind of raised an eyebrow and go, oh, that's not great. I think the coaching that he'll bring in around him.
What has he said, real quick, that you didn't like?
He's discussed, and I don't know if he totally believes this because he's a pretty good situational coach, the correlation between throwing 50 times a game and that's like a guaranteed way to lose. And he sees rushing attempts as having a causal relationship with winning, to which I would say you've got that backwards. You win and then you run. You pass to get ahead. It's not, if you pass a lot, then you start losing. Like that's an old kind of coach's fallacy, which is, they'd be like, oh, nerds, analytics, yada, yada. It's just true. So you need to build inside out. And I think at all other positions, you look at a guy like Keon White, has an outstanding 2-game stretch, right? 4 sacks right away. That dude is going to be a better player next year, not just because it's year 3, but because his coaches are going to be better than the ones he had last year. So it's raising the level of the talent you have now, which again is not great. Filling in both tackle spots, which will be huge. I think they have enough bodies in the middle of that offensive line to make it work. And then defensively, buck up and add some talent around the players that you do have, and certainly cross your fingers Christian Barmore comes back.
Okay, so
the offensive line.
Yeah.
Now, but do you go hog wild in free agency again, like you did when you got Mac Jones and it set the franchise back? Do you? Because that doesn't work. You get what we've learned in the history of the NFL is going crazy in free agency gives you a 1-year bump, basically,
right?
And then you're back to square one. So you got to be very careful. You utilize free agency, but you got to be very careful. Like, where are you spending your money? There are left tackles available. Some of them are old, some of them aren't, but they're available for a reason.
You say fill in both tackle spots. You drove right past
that.
That
are you?
difficult.
It's not easy.
Are you drafting a tackle?
How do you do it? That's my answer.
Yeah. But are you drafting a tackle at 4 and then getting it in free agency? Are you getting to? Do you think you can draft 2 tackles in free agency? Or not draft 2 tackles, sign 2 tackles in free agency? What do you?
Fred, it's your birthday. You can draft whoever you want in free agency today at any time off the street.
Free agency is money, and draft is draft position. All right, so that's keep that clear.
I think you bring up a good point because we look back and go, 2021 wasn't great. Like you got Matt Judon and Hunter Henry worked out, and everything else was like, that was bad. What I would do if I'm the Patriots, you got clear top 2 targets, and this goes for probably 10 other teams in the league. So this is not unique. This is not smart. It's just the obvious right move that you have to make. Ronnie Stanley is the best left tackle available in free agency. He's with the Ravens, prime of his career. He's got some health issues. That's a left tackle. You give him as much money as you can scrounge up at one Patriot place in Foxborough and say, please come here. T. Higgins is the other one, okay? If you go 1 for 2, it's a good free agency. What you do then is, to go back to the Commanders for a second, is fill in with a lot more mid-level veterans. Guys that you see value in, and nailing the evaluation obviously is critical. Guys like Austin Eckler, okay? Running backs are old, not particularly valuable. He's been decent for them. Bobby Wagner has been great. Now, Wagner's going to the Hall of Fame, but those are players, not unlike the beginning of the dynasty. You want to go back 25 years ago, Rodney Harrison, back end of his prime. Pick up players like Mike Vrabel, who was undervalued in Pittsburgh, differently used. So you swing big at the top, okay, because those are positions you have to pay for. That's it, non-negotiable. Everything else is not at the top like they did 4 years ago. It's more in the middle to build depth, give you flexibility, and players that when they get here know what to do and where to be. And right now, you don't have a lot of those players because of how young you are and how poorly you've been coached.
Would you take Devontae Adams in free agency?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
He's going to cost way more than he's worth.
Yeah, and I just think, I think that's a headache. Now, you know who's supposedly in on T. Higgins is the Chargers, because they don't think Ladd McConkey is a number one receiver.
But if you're the Patriots, you can outbid them and everybody else if you really want them.
But I would be worried about if I'm the Patriots is T. Higgins going to go, well, I want to go to the Chargers.
Live in L.A., catch passes from Justin Herbert, play indoors.
Yeah, and then make
hard.
the playoffs and with the possibility of challenging for a Super Bowl. So that's when I heard that yesterday. I actually heard that yesterday. I was like, oof.
The Patriots,
I'm not so sure the Patriots get T. Higgins.
The Patriots are going to have to blow away whoever it is they want, specifically because they're terrible.
Yeah, totally. It's a suck tax. That's what it is. You stink. You have to pay more. And I'll underscore this, even though the clip has already been cut and surely splashed everywhere. When I say this, it's not coming from a place of, I believe so much in Mike Vrabel and Ryan Cowden and Elliott Wolf and the roster as it is in Drake Maye, though I do believe in most of those guys. There should be no more excuses here. Like, you have the head coach, you've got the quarterback, you've got the cap space, the high draft pick. This is not Super Bowl. This is not win the division. It's push for a playoff spot. Be competitive. Okay, you are the New England Patriots. You can do this. You have the tools available to you. And ability to rise. Like, if you look at the Commanders last year, their preseason over-under win total, 6.5. Okay, unprecedented leap for them. But they made a lot of moves that you just did to start in the most important positions possible.
Which is why you can remove the whole "you are the New England Patriots" part out of it. I mean, that's standing on what you've done in the past. You know, for that same reason, the Commanders, you are the Washington Commanders. You're not going to make the playoffs. I mean, forget about what the name means. We're looking at the roster. We're looking at the areas of need that they have, which are plentiful. And when you add in the suck tax that you're going to have to pay, and you're also going to have to convince yourself that Elliott Wolf is going to be able to draft if he's still a part of this process. Now, I know Vrabel and Cowden are going to be a part of it, and it looks like they're going to be, but you have to accomplish all these things. And I still say remove the "you are the New England Patriots." You can do this. So what? Yeah, they were the New England Patriots. If that's what if maybe that's more to the point. But what that means is it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that your previous success has no bearing now on what lays ahead of you. And what lays ahead of you is a bunch of rosters, a bunch of personnel holes that need to be filled. And I still have questions about Elliott Wolf and the amount of influence that he holds over him, whether or not he's going to be able to do that.
So when I say you're the New England Patriots, I say that from an expectations standpoint. Right? Like who you are and what you mean to this area and your fan base that is attending the last game of the year like it's a baseball game. You know, people I talk to who are in those stands are like, we're just chatting. No one's really watching. You're just kind of hanging out. That's not what this organization's about. This is not what this region is about. It's not what the fan base is about. Everyone understands how far away you are, like you're talking about, okay? But a team that has low expectations, like the Commanders, the dysfunction, the history, turns over ownership, GM, head coach, quarterback, all the way on down, goes and does this, okay? You have, again, those pieces now in place again, and it will take time to develop to get to where the Commanders are now. Divisional round next year for the Patriots should be completely off the table. Let's never utter those two things in the same sentence again. But pushing for a playoff spot, yes. Like there should be no excuses here anymore. As been said in this station, losing like this is not okay. This should not be tolerated. I know that's why they've made certain changes. It's why Gerard Mayo's gone. Wolf's a great question. It seems like, as I said on TV earlier this week, Ryan Cowden is coming in as this kind of cuckoo bird who's going to kick the present occupant out of the nest and then kind of take over.
Is he more qualified than Elliott Wolf? Like, it's not like he's an established general manager. And, everyone's like, well, kick Elliott Wolf out. And I understand the reason for that.
And, John, is it true? Is that what cuckoo birds do?
John, you have that cousin that went off the edge. We have to know about you have some experience with that. But Elliott, so, all right, so you don't like Elliott Wolf, but is this guy? Well, what has this guy done?
It's a good question.
No, I'm not saying you're saying it, but for people that desperately want this guy to go be the general manager, why is he a better option? That would sometimes just replacing someone isn't an upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Like
totally.
Yeah. Like, do you think Elliott Wolf's that bad a general manager, or
no.
do you know?
So let's go to Ryan Cowden for a second. He entered the league in 2000, low-level assistant with the Panthers in their front office, stays there for 16 years, rises up the ranks, goes to Tennessee. He's there for another 5, 6, basically the assistant general manager. It's a different title, but he's right there next to John Robinson, who was Mike Vrabel's original GM at every press conference right next to him. Then he goes last 2 years consulting for the Giants. Elliott Wolf has been in the league about just as long. Instead, he worked for the Packers from 2004 to 2017, then goes to the Browns as an assistant GM in name and title and role for the next couple, and then comes to New England, has been here since 2020. So the resume to me is comparable. I think Elliott comes from a better background organizationally, not to mention his father is a Hall of Famer who did the same job. Doesn't mean he's going to be any better picking players come April 27th or whatever the draft is. But in speaking with GMs, current and former, and more than 20 sources that I spoke to for a profile about who Elliott is and how he thinks, yeah, I still have faith in him as someone who can run this front office. And I know everyone's upset, and I'm not saying you have to feel the way that I do. Feel however you want, okay? I just don't think 1 year presiding over a reset of a roster when the goal for this team was not entirely to win is a window into his abilities as a GM. Bad draft class, underwhelming free agent class. I think he deserves more time, and I'm just not sure he's going to get it, because if Cowden is his number 2, I'll put it to you like this. How many organizations or teams or whatever does the number 1 guy, theoretically, not get to pick his number 2? If you don't get to pick your right-hand man, you don't have the power. That's what this says to me, and that Ryan Cowden, with Mike Vrabel, will get more say than Elliott Wolf does.
Yeah, and you're giving a lot of responsibility to Vrabel, who's never built a team. You're allowing him to build a team. So ultimately, if Cowden becomes the whatever title they give guys,
it's not going to be GM.
Yeah, it's not going to be GM. Even if they get rid of that Wolf, it's not going to be GM. But it's then you assume that it's Vrabel, and then by Vrabel by proxy, right? Like Cowden is getting his marching orders from Vrabel. Vrabel ultimately decides, and now everything rests on him. So
that's the only reason.
Be careful what you wish.
That's the only reason I think Cowden would be better is because he's aligned with the new head coach you just went out of your way to hire. And where Wolf, really, I think if Wolf had his druthers, he might not have chosen Vrabel. I mean, if you give the search to the guy in charge, I don't know if it would have been Vrabel. It would have been a more broad search.
But if 2 guys are in lockstep and you're just bringing them in, do you like having that other voice in the room, at least at first? Like, even if he doesn't have the power to say no and get it done, just his voice, in the argument. Like, you have a guy, like if 2 guys are in lockstep and then you have another guy that thinks a little bit differently and you have to hear him out.
But
is that the worst thing in the world when you first start 2 inexperienced guys being in charge of building a team?
You're talking about Elliott?
Yeah, Elliott being in that mix. Like, that could be a good thing. Because if there's 2 guys that have never built a team on their own before, and then there's a guy with a different kind of experience, just him, at least at first, being part of the conversation, you could argue is a decent dynamic. So even if he doesn't have the power to squash whatever they want to do, he's there with his information and his ideas, and at least they have to hear him out. You understand what I'm saying? Is that the worst thing in the world?
Yeah, if Ryan Cowden, to steal another Bird reference, is just a parrot of Mike Vrabel. And
that's just mean.
They're always aligned in what they're saying. I'm not saying that's the case. I don't know Ryan Cowden.
Right.
I've been texting people around the league. Give me some feedback about him. I still don't know much.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay. No one wants to talk
kind
to
of
me.
a guy.
Who
knows?
It's not about you. It's about not getting any feedback from the people you're asking.
To your point is if you bring in this new number 2 in your front office and you're trying to expand the diversity of thought and research and ability and knowledge for a team, let's be clear, needs as many good minds in the front office, coaching staff, and other departments as it can. Yeah, it's a good thing that Elliott Wolf is still sticking around. And I'll say this. I don't know this for a fact because, again, Mike Vrabel's calling the shots. He doesn't really know Elliott Wolf that much. Like when he's talking about in the press conference, oh, hey, Elliott's going to laugh at this, and we just want good players. That's the type we want. Like, that's an inside joke. It sounds like a first date. It sounds like they're getting to know each other. Maybe over the course of the next couple of months, even if here comes his long-term partner, Ryan Cowden, who he wanted to be his GM last year, he goes, I got a lot of respect for Elliott Wolf because of where he's been, what I've heard if I'm Mike Vrabel around the league, and what he's telling me now with this information. Because say what you will about the results, they've been bad so far into Elliott Wolf. Not denying that. He's still a smart guy. If Mike Vrabel is swayed by that and whatever conversations they've already had and continue to have, maybe he does stick around and has a little bit more power than right now it appears he will.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's the worst thing in the world. Everyone's so quick to run everyone out of town. I don't know if it's the worst thing in the world because if they were bringing in a guy who's done it before and had success, I'd be like, all right. But they haven't. All right, we have to break. Go ahead.
Just one quick thing. I'll save it for the other side.
Okay.
And it's not a chance to walk anything back. I just want to clarify a little bit on expectations for next year.
Can I tell you this? When we do come back, I have a playoff quality 2 stats and a lie here today.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, Callahan brought the heat.
Wow.
All right.
We will have that for you coming up. Here are the headlines.
Fred, Gary Goldman here. Happy birthday. Happy 50th. Wasn't easy, but you did it. Proud to know you. My advice at 50 from a 54-year-old man, be yourself. Sounds easy. It's not. But be yourself. Love you.
No one wants that.
For you to be yourself?
Yeah.
I want a birthday greeting from Gary Goldman. That's nice.
They're all coming out of the woodwork today, man. You got Sarge earlier? Man.
I know.
Everybody's coming
Sarge
out of
and
the woodwork.
Adolfo.
My goodness.
Goldman's got to be very happy to be in that kind of company.
He got right back to me. He was delighted to greet
No,
me.
Goldman's a great guy, but he's got to be like.
Goldman's got to be happy. I
that's what I'm saying.
thought you said who's got to be happy. Oh no, Gary Goldman.
No. I was saying Gary Goldman.
Yes.
No, I wasn't taking a shot
He's
at anyone.
probably happy to be alongside Andy Wong and
That was the first time I'd ever heard Andy Wong's voice.
Mike Gorman
outside of a crowded restaurant. Yeah, that's very good.
All right, that's good.
Gorman came.
All right, did you have something for Andrew before we get to two stats and a lie?
Just very quickly, okay, your assertion that the Patriots should be expected by virtue of a little bit who they are, but mostly what they have available to them and the changes that have been made to be a team that contends for a playoff spot this year, be thinking, wild card. Again, not to walk it back, but would you consider, say they go into this season, come away with 7 or 8 wins and improve along the way? Would you consider that to be a success?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think, too, in the process of getting to 8 wins, you would, as I said, first, push for a playoff spot. So contend seems stronger. They're synonyms. I'm not going to walk away from that. But I think, yes, 7-8 wins next year. You're in the mix till the end, as opposed to Thanksgiving, and we're going, all right, what does free agency look like? That's a success.
I think I said a couple of days ago, how about meaningful games in December?
Yeah,
That'd
there
be,
you go.
That'd be a good start.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Take that.
All right. I share a birthday with Mary Carney. How do you like that?
Who?
Mary Carr, the author of The Liars Club.
Oh.
And Lit.
It's almost 3 hours into the show. You're just now dropping this bomb on us?
Yeah, why didn't you get Mary Carr to give me the great, she wrote memoirs, 3 memoirs that she's written. All right, let's get to it, shall we?
Andrew has 2 stats, but he has just 1 lie. Andrew has 2 stats, but he has just 1 lie.
We're not keeping stats on the stats anymore. Season's over.
Season's over.
Yeah,
right?
John already lost. All right, but before, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I need to hear the real opening.
Oh, okay.
Let's do this. It takes 2 stats from the other 9. And one might see you can get it right. It takes 2 stats from the other 9. And one might see you can get it right.
All right, very good. 2 stats and a lie. Andrew Callahan is feverishly put out. He's got a game. He brought it to us. He has 2 Patriots-related statistics that are true and another one that is false. It is up to the 3 of us, Hardy, John, and I, to figure out which one is false. It's very hard for me to conceptualize. I would have had a winning record had I not been this confused by the whole format of the thing. It's as strange to me. It's stranger to me than to anyone else. If I went back and listened to it, I'd be like, I don't know what was wrong with my brain, but here we are. All right, let's go, Andrew. What do you got for us today?
So, Fred, as you know, the Patriots are eliminated. So 2 stats and a lie, so long as we're running this back, will no longer involve the Patriots. And since today is your birthday, Fred, I have 2 things for you. One is a Fred edition of 2 stats and a lie.
Wow.
Whoa.
And I also have this bag, which we'll come back to here in a second.
Oh.
He's very proud of that bag.
I know.
He keeps patting it.
He mentioned that during the break, too. I brought
It's
this
gonna
bag
come up.
with me. Very strange.
All right, very good.
Number 1. 8 months after Fred was born in 1975, the U.S. launched its first successful mission to land on Mars. Since then, humankind has seen as many Mars landings as Jets playoff wins.
Jesus Christ.
So first of all, it's true that the U.S. launched a successful Mars landing mission in 1975. That much is true. So what we have to determine is since then, there have been
as many Mars landings as Jets playoff wins.
So are we counting the 75 Mars landing, or are we not counting it?
Well, I don't know if it made
Yes.
it there in 75. It could have made it.
It launched, and then it landed about a year later. I've learned a lot about Mars and landings and Fred in the last couple of days.
And Jets playoff.
So I'll read it one more, and then we'll go on to number 2.
Thank God.
8 months after Fred was born, the U.S. launched its first successful mission to land on Mars. Since then, humankind has seen as many Mars landings as Jets playoff wins.
Okay.
So since 75. Okay.
Since it launched soon after Fred's birthday.
Okay.
Number 2. According to recent research, the average person farts around 13 times per day.
That is true.
No, that's absolutely true.
I know that to be a fact. Now you're getting in my wheelhouse.
Here's the key part. Meaning by the time a person celebrates their 50th birthday, they will have spent more than 3 full days farting.
Oh, Jesus. Now I got to do math. Give me my phone.
According to recent research, the average person farts around 13 times a day. Meaning by the time a person celebrates their 50th birthday, they will have spent more than 3 full days farting. Number 3. Fred?
Yeah.
There is a throwback Curtis Martin home Jets jersey in this bag.
Ooh.
All right.
All right.
There is a throwback Curtis Martin home Jets jersey in this bag.
Okay, so if it takes 1 second to fart, that's 13 seconds a day times 3.
I mean, most times.
That's 4,745 seconds of farting a year. All right. So if you divide that by, oh my God,
it's too hard.
Yeah, this is.
This
is so hard. The music bed ran out.
All right, what was in the
That's
Curtis
how
Martin?
hard this is.
I can feel the headache brewing over there.
Over there. Try looking at this direction.
All right, I can go
rising
first.
off my head.
I
Yeah.
can go first.
Go ahead.
All right, since I've been alive, the Jets they had a couple years in the 80s they were okay. They were good in the early 80s, but I was very young. So there's no way the successful Mars mission then they've been to the playoffs. I have to think that's the lie. The second one is too much math. I can't understand it.
Yes.
And then the third one would be so disappointing. If
I
it was
know.
not a
It would
throwback
be the
to Curtis
ultimate
Martin.
tease.
It would be just, it would be terrible. It would be so cruel on my 50th birthday.
Hardy, you want to go next? You want me to go?
Go ahead.
All right. I think there is, for that reason, I think there is a Curtis Martin jersey in there. I think that he is going to present that to you for your birthday, in fact. I think that's why he
It
brought
would be only right.
Yeah, it would be.
So I agree with you on number 3. I think the math does work out on number 2. I think number 1 is the lie, and I think the caveat is there as many playoff wins as successful Mars landings. I think there's a difference in the number, and that's why it's a lie.
Don't forget Bill Parcells. Don't forget Rex Ryan. They put together some playoff
I don't
wins
even
in
care.
there.
I don't
Ken
even care.
O'Brien years.
I don't care how
Richard
many.
Todd years.
One is the lie. I completely agree. I'm not separating to be cute. One is the lie.
Yeah, but for different reasons. I have no idea about the number of landings. I'm just.
I don't either.
I'm just saying it's
No.
the as many part leads me to believe it's a.
If
it's
they
a
have as
lie.
many Mars landings, NASA's wasted an awful lot of money in my lifetime.
Who says it's just NASA though? It could be worldwide. Who else has been to the moon or Mars?
It doesn't count
Have
if
the
it
Russians fired rockets at Mars? I don't remember that.
It don't count unless it's.
If they did, they're going to tell you about it.
I'll put you.
Now, how would he know?
If you go to another
I had a
country,
lot of time the last couple of days. Took yesterday off.
if
You
you go
can
to-
fact check with Doug Kite on that.
If you go to another country and you launch something successfully to Mars, I'll put a boot in your ass.
Nope. It's one. One is the lie.
All right, we all, for the first time this year, we've all picked the same thing.
Yeah.
We've all said number 1 is the lie. Go ahead.
So for the first time, I am not going to answer. I had no idea what you were going to say. Please pass the bag to Fred before we run out of time, and I'd like Fred to unzip. And as we
Excuse
recount,
me? What?
Hello. All right, I'm unzipping the bag.
All right.
I'm
What's in the bag?
I'm taking my time.
What's in the bag?
This canvas bag.
Very nice.
Number 3 was the lie.
Oh, it's a Joe Milton jersey.
Which is fantastic.
That's
is fantastic.
awesome.
That is
I don't even mind being wrong. I don't even mind being wrong at all. That's fake. That's awesome.
Did you have to have this made? Are these for sale? Are Joe Milton jerseys for sale?
So, folks at the Patriots are aware of this segment. They heard it was your 50th birthday. I would say it is from the both of us. I did not have a hand in making that happen. But Joe Milton jersey, I joked about it last week. I said, Fred, we got to get you one. Lo and behold, I didn't know it'd be your birthday when I had to postpone 2 days to come in today. Once that happened, I said we gotta do something, and this is what came out.
It. Oh, that is Andrew
fantastic.
Callahan, you get a round of applause for that one. That's awesome.
That is fantastic.
That's
Thank you,
fantastic.
Andrew. That is a well thought out gift.
So
that will be displayed everywhere.
To recap, first 2 stats: there have been 10 Mars landings since you were born. The Jets have 10 playoff wins.
Oh,
it is exact.
All right,
as many.
Jesus.
And according to recent research, yes, if you fart around 13 times per day, you will have spent, Fred, probably 3.76 days just strictly farting over your lifetime. And now you have a Joe Milton jersey that you can fart in. So there you go.
I was depressed about being 50, but now I know time's been well spent.
Yeah,
you know? And how many of those have been broadcast over the air?
Can you wear the Milton jersey the final hour of the show?
No.
No,
because no one would know what it is.
I would.
I will display the Milton jersey
I was gonna
for
say
the rest of the show. For the year, I'm going to display.
Well, it's going to be displayed for the rest of your life once you get that sucker framed up and hung on the wall. At the
Absolutely,
bachelor
only $350.
And after he leads the Patriots to the Super Bowl next year, as we've documented here on the show today.
And this is an official Patriots item. Andrew Callahan, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Fred. Happy birthday, bud.
Fantastic. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. We'll be back in just a moment with a mystery guest.
Scotiabank Arena. Joe Mazzulla's team has now struggled for the better part of a month.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more of having a sense of, like, it's just not always going to go your way, the way you want it. I think you just have to enjoy the challenge of going through it. That's a great test of what the NBA season presents, so you just got to find the joy in it. The most important thing is sticking together, getting through it with toughness, and figuring out the details, the effort, the execution. But you can't have an expectation it's always going to go your way. We just got to figure it out. We got to work through it.
Jason Tatum had 16 points in the loss. R.J. Barrett, 22 points for the home team. Celtics back home to play Orlando tomorrow night. Bruins are off until Saturday when they visit Ottawa. Yesterday, Hampus Lindholm practiced with the team for the first time since getting hurt over 2 months ago. He was wearing a non-contact jersey. In NFL news, the Dallas Cowboys are reportedly interested in interviewing Robert Saleh for their new head coaching vacancy, and the Jets have requested an interview with current Green Bay defensive coordinator and a former BC head coach Jeff Hafley. And the Red Sox yesterday acquired catcher Blake Sabol from San Francisco. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Village Automotive. Village Auto is looking for A technicians to join their team. It's time to put your skills to work where they're truly valued. Visit villageautomotive.com/careers to grow your career and your paycheck today. That's villageautomotive.com/careers. I'm John Wallach on Boston Zone for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportsHub.com.
I'm gating.
Weekday morning.
Here goes Hardy.
Toucher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
Happy birthday, Fred, from your main man, Bird. The big 5-0, Frederick. Now you be kicking, stretching, and kicking because you're 50 years old, and that's what people your age are supposed to be doing. But no, seriously, happy birthday. Thank you for keeping me relevant on your show. I appreciate everything you do for me. And yeah, that's about it. Also, don't be such a sad sack, okay? 50's not 60 or 70 or 80. 50's a good age, all right? You're working out, you're kicking ass, you're the #1 rated morning show in Boston and possibly across the country. So knock it off with that sad stuff. Love always, Bird. All right, I gotta go.
Thank you, Bird. I'm glad he said, in all seriousness, after he was cutting up so much. But that was very nice.
Threw a little music in at the end there.
It's very sweet of Bird. I love Bird. Everyone loves Bird.
I like it a little late. All right, gotta go.
Yeah, gotta go. Let's end this. All right, we're Toucher and Hardy. It is. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. If you're watching on YouTube, my face is probably even more covered than normal because the Patriots gave Callahan a Joe Milton jersey because I crapped on him for basically a calendar year. And then he came out in the last game and lit the world on fire, and which was not lost on me. It was not a good look for me, but here we are. And it is my 50th birthday day. I have not been looking forward to the first birthday. I was not even a little bit excited to get. But one good thing about the birthday is that I have absolutely zero knowledge of what's going on. And so you'll have to guide me. Be my captain, one of you. And take me through what's happening now.
I'd be happy to do this because we've had greetings so far from some real luminaries, and as impressive as they are, they tend to be. So far, they have tended to be singular in their excellence. I mean, Mike Gorman is, legendary, the Hall of Fame broadcaster, but he's a broadcaster. Andy Wong, a great restaurateur, but. Outside of the Kowloon and being a wrestler, a wrestling aficionado, Andy Wong, and it's great to be great at one thing. Gary Gulman is a fantastic comedian and author, but that's about as close as we've come so far to our guest who is joining us now, who is not only a broadcaster, he's a very special guest. From CBS Radio, please welcome Al Cole.
Oh, my God. Yeah. The great broadcaster Al Cole. The seductive Al Cole. Oh, boy, this is a great treat. What a treat on my 50th birthday. Al Cole, hello.
I love it. Hey, I love you guys. Happy birthday, man. Like they say, it's my birthday too, man.
That's what they say. All right. Now, listen, you were you were such a radio legend. Did we ever run into each other while we were in the same building?
I don't remember anything like that.
Okay.
We possibly did because, same building all of that time. However, well, I was doing a lot of the late night stuff. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's really a pleasure to be on your show now, but I think that maybe you kind of maybe remember something because when I was talking to Nick, your producer, he said, "Oh yeah, Fred kind of remembers you and everything," and he said Fred is a big fan of yours, Al, and everything. I'm a fan of what you guys do as well. This is really an honor being on. Wishing you a happy birthday.
Well, Al,
I'm getting it done, man.
Yeah, you and I did cross paths several times. This is Hardy, and I was doing nights for a while on WBCN, and we would kind of cross paths, in the common areas in the kitchen and stuff. You would be upstairs at WZLX, and I'd be down in the basement doing stuff on BCN. But I was always so impressed not only with your chops on the air, but the voice. The voice is something that you must have trained and honed for decades to get those pipes. I'm really jealous.
Well, it's actually I owe it all to my father. When I was a kid, he started his own business, and I loved the way he used to talk to his clientele over the phone. And I just imagine, wow, man, when my voice starts to break, I'm 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, and everything, I'm going to have my dad's voice. It turned out that way. So it's really my father who deserves the accolades here. But not only that, it runs in my family a lot. And so I was just blessed that way. And when I I did a lot of things before broadcasting that involved my voice and everything else that I do entertainment wise. But it really burst out when I started to do that WZLX thing and getting out there with my fans and everything. And I felt and still do feel a lot of gratitude to the time that I spent at ZLX. It kind of launched everything else that I'm doing. So thank you for that nice compliment, really, to my dad.
All right, Al, but part of what comes with the voice is the power of seduction. You have you are a author. You are a man who is very sophisticated with the ladies. I'm a single man myself, divorced a couple years ago. Al, give me some advice on how to seduce a woman. You're so good.
Oh, I will tell you, man. One of the biggest things that women, two big things that women love, and maybe the guys don't get it. Now, one thing is women love a man's mind. It's not just the body. It's not just the face.
That's good news.
The mind, man. Actually, when you start to women deep. When you start to talk deep to a woman, I mean, not that superficial depth, but you really start talking about the things that get to her lifestyle. And most women are looking for love. Okay, we know that, and we take advantage of it all the time. But love it's not just sex. Love is, understanding what somebody's feelings really are, where they want to go in life. Well, that's the first thing. You start talking about and you can prompt that right away.
Okay, and can we role play? So how do I prompt that right away? Okay, so I'll be the lady, and I'm at wherever we are, where I'm at the bar, and you come up to me, please take me through this. I need this help. Take me through. You're coming up to me, so you engage me. Go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing is, there's something different about you. I'm not really sure what it is. What's your name again? I think I might have overheard it or something. I invented my own system of numerology at one time, and I can tell you that means 8 in numerology. 8 is a very, very seductive number. Oh, really? Tell me more about this. Not only seductive in terms of the physicality, You have a certain glamour about you that comes from the inside. There's something about you that I like to get to know, and I think a lot of other people get to know, but they're not prepared for it with you. You kind of, you're a powerhouse on the inside. Sometimes you feel a little bit insecure on the outside. I understand that. Oh, that's all right, but I'm looking into your eyes right now. I can see something about you that is so different, so really glamorous. I want you to tell me, wow, I'm taken by this. Well, you talk a little bit of that talk. Now, it's not the thing about, what's your sign, honey, and all of that stuff. But you look directly into a woman's eyes. Now, that's one of the things. Confidence. Women love confidence. If you're not afraid to look into a woman's eyes, talk that talk, but talk real talk that she's not, she's thinking, wow, this guy is really interested in understanding the real me. Well, you can get through that way. It's tougher in a bar, admittedly, because there's a lot of chatter going on. Sure. She might understand, something that you're saying, but then again, somebody says something, hollering and everything. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What did you? So you want to take a woman into a quiet place so that you can get into that sort of stuff. Could we move over here a little bit? Because this really, you are so charming. And I really want to understand where you're coming from. You can't do that with a lot of chatter sometimes. Right. And all right. So it's not a bar situation, most likely, but it's a situation in everyday life
where you get them alone and you can talk. Now, all right. So have you ever been you're so seductive and you're so understanding of women? Has it ever been a problem? Like there were too many women?
Well, you can't have too many women if every single woman means something to you. Oh yeah, there are times I remember, on a certain New Year's Eve, starting out maybe at 7 a.m, seeing one woman and another woman, another woman, another woman. The thing is, every woman feels, like going back to Elvis. A lot of times people would say, "Oh, he's singing just to me." And
right.
He might have been singing to 50,000 people or something like that.
So you would you would sleep with numerous women a day?
Not a day, maybe a week.
Okay. What's the best week you think you've ever had as Al Cole?
The best week with women?
Yeah. If you had to put like a number on it.
I would probably say, without giving out any extra information here, but this is a lot of info right now.
Right.
Yeah.
The WZLX years, women were calling me for just to hear me talk to them. Now, this is something humbling to me. I didn't consider myself a stud. I still don't. I don't consider myself a player. I consider myself deeply involved in human feelings. And it came across in my voice. I met these women. Oh, man, I'll tell you something. My actual name, people kind of know, I think, after a while. We use all, assumed names. So it's not really Al Cole.
Okay.
But it's kind of an offshoot of that. Once women started to get to know me in the ZLX years, they would say, "Oh, Albert." I actually go by Albert.
That's fine.
Albert, don't talk to me like Al Cole. Talk to me like Albert.
Oh. So these women would call in late night at WZLX, and they weren't all pigs. Some of them were okay looking.
A lot of them were okay looking.
Okay.
It's what you're looking for in a woman too. A lot of times, I'll tell you.
What do you like in a woman? You tell me.
Brains, really.
Even if they're fat.
Intelligence, even if they're fat.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'll put them in different categories as far as bed. But see, there are different ways to love a woman. The bedroom is one of the best ways. Once you get to know somebody, you just don't want to hop in the sack with somebody and then say bye in the morning. But once you get to know somebody, every single woman is beautiful. And you can explore so many great adventures with so many different women. There have been women who have been overweight, who have just been charmed. I look for something in that woman that is charming. Sometimes it's her voice. Sometimes it's her eyes. Sometimes it's just the way that she thinks, the way that she has some sort of communicative skill.
And you can perform even if you're if you're grossed out by how they look, like, but you can focus on one thing you like about them, and you can perform
you know why?
sexually.
Because you are creating that masculine-feminine energy connection. We're not talking now about physicality in the usual sense. We're not talking about bodies. We're talking about auras. No, believe me. I mean, this stuff gets deep. Only women understand this, that we can connect energetically and actually enter into, we know this. You know, you're married for 50 years. You develop similarities with your partner. You can read your partner's mind ahead of time. You know what they're thinking and what they're feeling. Sometimes, even in a new relationship, you can relate to women that way if you're a guy, a sensitive sort of guy, and they can relate to you if they're the right sort of woman. It's a matter of talking that way a little bit.
Right.
Getting deep, and then, hey, in the bedroom, you can perform because you're not performing just for the body. You're now engrossed in something else. It's taking you to La La Land on some other planet or something.
And that works with your penis. Your penis will get erect.
Oh, the penis can do it, man. I'll tell you.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Because the penis is guided by the mind. It is not just guided by the physicality. It's guided by something that, we know about human energy. You get, within 3 feet of another human being, you can start to lock in heartbeats.
Feel their vibrations and what the aura they're putting out. Well, listen, alcohol, we are so limited by... Yeah, I will. Alcohol, we're so limited by time here. It's so unfortunate. I could talk for you for today. It's such a treat. I've been a fan for so long. Al, I would love nothing more if you could tell the people out there what you're up to.
Well, what I'm up to now is once I left ZLX, I got a lot of offers for online radio. And at ZLX, I was a DJ. I wasn't doing the podcast thing. And I got a lot of offers to do my own show. So I put together my own talk show called People of Distinction, and still out there. My son Benji is now hosting that. But for years, I did over 2,000 interviews with that.
Wow.
And then developed my People of Distinction humanitarian awards events.
How many of them have you slept with?
How many
people of distinction?
Of distinction have you slept with?
How many women?
No. You don't have to give me a body count, but like if you did 2,000 interviews, did you ever seduce any of them?
No, some. Not very many, because it's remote.
Sure. But they had to have wanted it.
A nice telephone call.
Yeah, they could start enjoying yourself in that way.
Sure.
All right. Well, all right. So Al, is it alcohol.com? How do people find you? What do you want people to know?
Actually, alcoholic.com. I got that from the ZLX years. Hey, Al, we love what you're doing there, brother. We're alcoholics.
I love it.
Be anonymous about it.
It's great.
There's nothing anonymous about it. That's right.
Did you ever consummate one of those relationships at the studio? I mean, I worked nights in radio. Fred has too. I mean, and we've all had guests in. Did anything actually take place there on the premises?
No, I wouldn't presume that, but maybe in the car in the parking lot.
Okay.
Oh, I even hooked up with girls at the station when I was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Al, look, it's a great treat for me. Thank you so much. I couldn't have asked for a better gift than to talk to you. We appreciate it, and I would love to talk to you again sometime.
Well, thank you very, very much, all of you. You're doing a great job. Really, I appreciate the opportunity. And also, I will say one other thing. I'm in music production as well. If there are any people out there that want to join my staff, talk about it, they can always reach me at alcoholic.com or call me direct. I don't mind. 508-669-6987. And, hey, maybe we can help each other out that way. But thank you so much for this interview. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for getting deep. Man, that's my thing.
I'm sorry to all the husbands out there whose wives now have Alcohol's number as this goes to podcast and YouTube.
Think about that. That's right.
You are going to get so much vagina from this. It's going to be unbelievable. All right, Alcohol, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. The great alcohol. The great alcohol. There you have it.
Happy birthday, Fred.
Happy birthday.
Well, that was a birthday present for all of you. Everyone wanted to talk to alcohol.
Indeed.
That's
true.
Yeah, well, that is quite a get.
Thank you for sharing your gift with all of us.
Yeah. That's
Thank
right.
Al for sharing his gift
Oh,
with all of us.
It doesn't even matter. So even if you are extraordinarily overweight,
And jump right in with the numerology with
Yeah.
that second pickup line.
you're like the number 8.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Now I know. So when I come back here, I will no longer be a virgin. That's the goal today. All right. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. We'll be back in just a moment.
There you have it. Toucher and Hardy resumes on the Sports Hub.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Freddie Toucheroo, the big 5-0. And life is going to be even better for you, big man. Happy birthday to you. You know who this is.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
The Tanger, Gary Tangway, thank you so much. And you've given me such great advice, like to divest from my 401k.
Two
to
voices
improve the
like
kitchen.
that, back to back.
Yeah. All right. Dan, hello, Dan.
Freddie, what a masterclass on how to conduct an interview. I can't believe it. They say never meet your heroes. I've been a long-time listener. I've heard all the Al Cole stuff. I can't believe it exists. He exists.
Yeah.
That was incredible, the way you didn't break. You kept it going. You got penis in there and vagina. It was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. What a treat.
Thank you, Dan. If you're a longtime listener to the show, we've been playing Al Cole for many, many years. And I was telling Hardy and Adam off the air, like, I don't know the guy, so I just, like, I didn't know. But then, you know, you give a little breadcrumb, and you're like, this guy's exactly, I couldn't have hoped for more from him. What a tremendous individual. He loves, I mean, he'll do anything.
In the news.
He can convince himself that anyone's attractive, which is in achieve an erection, which is something else. Susan, go ahead, Susan. Hello.
Hi. I have to honestly say I listened to his polished lines, and if anybody ever talked to me like that, I would head for the hills.
What if he was very handsome?
I don't care if he's very handsome. That would make it even more creepy.
All right. Well, Susan, I don't think you've met Al Cole. I don't think you can judge your vibration or
I think you're in the minority here.
or the aura. I think Susan just isn't aware of the presence of Al Cole.
Susan, I'm into numerology, and I know that the name Susan. The name Susan equates to the number 10.
About being honest.
And you're a 10.
Oh, no, I think Al's being, in all fairness, Susan, and I truly mean this, Al's being honest. Al is not putting on a facade. Al means everything he says. Now, whether or not that makes sense is another thing, but Al means what he says. To him, it makes perfect sense. That I'll tell you, Susan.
But it may not be true.
Who knows? I don't know. What do you want from me? What do I know about numerology? Lindsay, so many women calling in. What a treat. No women listening to the show, just in time for me to be single, but here we are. Lindsay, hello.
Hi, Fred. I do listen to the show. I listen every morning, and I'm calling to say happy birthday, and I wanted to let you know that one of the things I look forward to in the morning is getting in the car and listening to you. So happy birthday. And also to Hardy, I just want you to know that in the past when Fred was not on the air for whatever reason, I didn't really have much of a inclination to listen. But since you've come on the show, I still even enjoy the show in Fred's absence. So you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank
and
you.
Wallach, you're great too.
All right, well,
Fred,
Lindsay,
you're one of my favorite people. Happy birthday.
Oh, Lindsay,
Wow.
that's very sweet. Thank you so
Lindsay.
much. That means
Very
a lot.
nice.
Thank you very much. Imagine that. Compliments from a woman. This is truly a great day. 50 really is a very special day. Compliments from a woman. That won't happen again today. I can
Clip
tell
that.
you that.
Make sure we play that back.
No, don't worry. I'll listen to it. I'll listen
Okay.
to it plenty of times
Yeah.
tonight.
You're getting
And not even like in a remotely sexual way. I just listen to it as company.
I mean, you're getting gifts. Yeah, Andrew Callahan and the Patriots give you the Joe Milton jersey. You're getting compliments from women. We're learning things.
The penis is guided by the mind.
I mean,
true.
it really is. It's a full day.
Unless you go to Northeast Men's Health and they can fix that. Your mind won't have nothing to do with
It's got
it.
a mind of its own.
Yeah, well, you'll have to have the mind to do what they say, but if you do what you say, you'll be on your own. All right, you'll be off and running. All right, what do we got here? Let's
we
go.
have some emails based
I have so
on
many I can't sort
a
through.
lot
them.
of
Go ahead.
a lot of your stories from earlier. Like for instance, happy birthday. I was curious to see, now that you've turned 50, do you have a strong natural urge to walk around the gym locker room completely nude and engage in conversation with other nude older men. Figured maybe that's a way to get over the issues you're having making friends later in life.
That happened yesterday. I went to the gym yesterday, and the gym I go to I go to Lifetime. And so I go to the Lifetime, and people have said hello to me there in Chestnut Hill. And everyone's pretty like on board with the not like being nude for so long. But it is true. I was walking the sauna yesterday, and there was a guy like holding court nude. And of course, he was like probably about like 68 years old.
Jesus.
And it was jarring.
Yeah.
And there was a nude dude in the ice plunge one day, and that's against gym rules.
In the nude.
But who's going to say anything to the guy?
I know.
I mean, you're not getting in there with him.
Nope.
Those are close quarters.
I'm not even getting in after he's done. It's not happening.
I did. I figured, what's the difference? I thought about it, but I thought, like, really, what's the difference?
That's
I
the
mean,
difference.
it's not a single man tub.
Ugh.
I mean, what's the difference? Your stuff's all in there anyway, so who knows? All right, what's next? Let's go. Let's rock.
A lot of Al Cole emails. Al, save some ladies for the rest of us. How Frank wants to know, how the hell did Birthday Boy not ask Al Cole about feet?
Oh, that is a
That's
fair
a missed
question.
opportunity.
But listen, there was so much coming at me. You have to understand, I did not have time to prepare. Al Cole was sprung upon me as a birthday surprise. And what a surprise it was.
I have one from David. I just have one question. Why were you keeping half an ounce of weed in the freezer? I've heard of people keeping it in the freezer when they have like 10 pounds. Was this a situation when you're trying to keep away from the kids or something, or a situation where a half ounce is going to last you 2 years?
If we had kids, they were extraordinarily young and not able to open up the freezer. I don't really like weed. It was, I think, because we smoked it so seldomly, we kept it in the freezer to preserve it as freshness, I believe. It also doesn't smell in there. Like, I don't know. I didn't put it in there. It wasn't, I don't smoke weed really, or ever did. I don't smoke anymore, but I never really liked it that much anyway. That's why we had so much.
Someone told me once, if you got like a carton of cigarettes, I mean, this is back in, Vegas days, because I went on a cruise and I bought like 5 cartons of cigarettes on the duty free, shop on board the ship. And it was shaped like a big box of Marlboro Lights, and inside were 5 cartons of Marlboro Lights. I'm like, this is great. Like $75 for 5 cartons.
Right.
This is awesome. I got home and I put them in the freezer because someone told me that to maintain the freshness.
They can't hurt.
I don't guess so, right?
And then they're like kind of menthol-y.
Oh, yeah, they were kind of cool. When you had that first one that you smoke when you take it out of the freezer.
Yeah, fire and ice.
That's great.
Yeah, that's a chemical reaction.
Earlier in the show, we were talking about Mark Wahlberg and his cardio golf and how he would play golf in an hour and the caddies would drive along.
He'd
the
sprint
carts next
5
to him.
miles, not worry about all the other people on the course.
Fred said that outrunning a golf cart would be no big deal. Several emails came in right away about that. Somebody check the old goat's mental state because there's no way he's outrunning a golf cart. And Sean said, I would bet my genitals on the golf cart.
All right, let's do it. But we got to have rules on this golf cart. It can't be souped up. It's got to be like a random golf course cart.
Yeah, we'll just go to like a random golf cart, pick a random one out of the fleet.
It's got to be electric. I don't know any of that wouldn't be now.
I don't know if that's going to save you anything in terms of speed.
Are we going uphill? Because I beat it for sure.
Why not
uphill.
just across like the
not
woodland,
downhill?
Why not just like across the flat woodland parking lot or something like that?
Flat area, but you pick the distance. What distance do you want?
Well, you said 100 yards.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll do 100. We'll do a 100-yard dash. You versus the golf cart.
Okay.
All right.
That will happen.
All right.
Woodland's closed in. I think Woodland's closed in January. I don't even know because I never go there. But
very few places are going to allow carts right now. This is going to be a springtime bit.
All right. Well, keep that in your back pocket.
Well, can we write that down, please?
Adam,
put it in the database.
Bring this back in April, please.
Oh, yes.
If you would.
I will.
Everyone will be very interested. It will be so
organic. Since it will involve us going to a golf course, I will be remembering and reminding you. Hey, we got to do that bit.
Yeah.
All right.
We didn't pay off that tease yet.
I would be remiss if I did not tell you that there has been a wonderful birthday breakfast presented to me courtesy of Tasty Bagels in Plainville. Tasty's is home for all your business catering needs, employee birthday celebrations, board meetings, sales meetings, employee appreciation days, training seminars, retirement parties, and more. So anything at the office, They've got you covered. Breakfast sandwiches include freshly cracked eggs, New York deli-style lunch sandwiches that Adolfo loves. Using only the freshest ingredients, call them today. Another phone number for you, 508-316-1602 to reserve your delivery day and time. Do that today, if you would. So thank you so much to Tasty's Bagels in Plainville. All right, we'll be back. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines. in the morning.
Never had to knock on wood, but I never had it yet.
Oh, you said you didn't want to hear more music in the morning. Okay. Here's more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Fred, Cedric Maxwell here looking up at the score. Boston Celtics almost had a fur ball tonight, 120 to 119 against New Orleans. But I'm here to say happy birthday to you, my friend. It couldn't happen to a better person. And I hope you have the biggest, best birthday around. And you and Johnny Wallach and Johnny Wallach's wife go out and have a huge margarita on me. Have a happy birthday, my friend.
We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Yo, happy birthday, you just turned 50, yo. Hachi Machi, the voice of the city, that's my man Fred. What up? Yeah, I said what I said. That's the first voice I hear when I get out of bed, cause I keep the damn phone by the night table. I hold the mic stable like a mic Vrabel. I almost wanna pick up my phone and call Rondo, cause the 2025 Celtics can't even beat Toronto. What? Happy birthday to my man Fred Toucher. 50 years old, you an old motherfucker. Can't swear, so what now? Fred pick up, after your dog, you're a grown up now. Peace. Happy birthday, Fred. From your man Esoteric, Azarface, and
Rocket Science. Rocket Science. Rocket Science.
Wow. That's
You had that
esoteric.
last night? Oh my
That was
God.
literally this morning, like
Jeez.
late entry. Like he's and I apologize to him. I did not reach out to him for a greeting, and he's like, "Hey, late entry." Sent it to me literally 10 minutes ago. Ryan put it in the system, so thank you, Esoteric.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Esoteric, it's the they were two polar opposites there. Esoteric, who knows the show so well, he made his own rap today and produced it and sent it in. And Cedric Maxwell, who if I was standing in front of him would have no idea who I am.
Not only that, but as a birthday wish for you, wish that you would be able to go out with Wallach and his wife.
Yeah, he loves
For
Wallach's
drinks.
wife. He loves Wallach's wife.
I was with my wife and a friend.
Is that what you
See how strange it sounds?
Is that
Yes, it
Did
does
you say it out
sound
loud?
strange. That
But-
sounds strange.
Is that what you would wish for on your birthday tonight, Fred? That that you would get to go out, just the three of you,
Yeah.
with John and his wife.
I would not be at all putting my head in the oven after that.
My wife
I'll be the
loves you.
third wheel. Yeah,
My
you're-
wife loves you, Fred.
Yeah, she loves me.
Yeah.
It's not your wife. It's just being the third wheel with a couple on your 50th birthday.
Right.
Like, at least, produce another woman. She doesn't have to be interested in me, but just so the waiter doesn't think I'm a loser, you know? All right, the Stack is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches. Have lunch with a legend this week. D'Angelo's legendary number 9 sandwich. Grilled sirloin or chicken smothered in onions, peppers, mushrooms, and American cheese only at D'Angelo. All right.
We have an update on the football fan at the Eagles-Packers game. Apparently, he was identified not only by security there in Philadelphia, but also by his now former employer. He has been fired from his job.
You know what his job was?
He worked for something called BCT Partners,
Which is they consult businesses on how to handle minorities and it's like a sensitivity training consultation. It's called PEI something. What do they have the letters in
so
there?
they said yes. The New Jersey-based BCT Partners.
BCT stands for something.
But
about,
it's a consulting firm that is they brag about its DEI champions.
Yeah,
they're a
DEI
DEI champion.
Yeah. Okay, DEI acronym meeting. I got it.
Oh, BCT
Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is what DEI stands for. So this guy who was calling this lady the C word and calling her ugly. But here's the thing, is this guy lost his job, right? So now he's out. He's never going to get anything in the diversity industry anymore. And I would think that does not look good for this company, that they specialize in exactly the opposite of what he did. Yeah. He's not
it's not great.
He's not working on an assembly line like he is supposed to teach people about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But now, if you're the guy who taped them and put it on the internet and sicked all these people on him, and now the guy's lost his job, now you have someone who hates you. right? Like that, like hates you with that visceral, he will never forget it for the rest of his life. He's going to hate you. And I don't want that mojo on me. That just because he said something to my fiance, now you cost the guy his job because you didn't handle it there. You waited. You taped him. You baited him into doing it again. The guy is a piece of garbage. And I don't know why the football game got him talking like that. But the guy who said those things. But then the guy tapes it. Instead of handling it there, he tapes it, sits on it, then releases it, knowing that this guy's going to get a backlash on him. The guy loses his job, and now the guy knows who you are.
Yes.
You know who he is.
Yeah.
And now you've cost him his livelihood.
And he's a time bomb to begin with. Well done. Now you got this out there on the
Yeah,
world.
so for at least the next, year and a half, 2 years, you got to worry about
10.
10 years, you got to worry about this guy. And I'd be worried about it because if there was ever a reason that someone was going to go bananas, it's not a football game, it's that you cost them, you humiliated them publicly, and you cost them their livelihood.
And now he's got nothing but time.
You're right.
Exactly.
And you freed up his schedule for him.
Like, you got to think about that
much
stuff.
to fly to Green Bay, Wisconsin.
And even if he doesn't do anything to him, just knowing that that's in the universe.
Yeah.
And then also living with yourself that the guy drunk at a game and now you ruined his life. Like, so the punishment for him yelling at your fiance, instead of you, if you were that concerned, bowing up or going to security and getting him removed from the game, the consequence of him yelling at your fiance was for his life to be ruined. And now live with that, you piece of garbage. Like you were the victim, and now he's the victim. Think about it. Before you do something like that, you really want to walk around with that karma of ruining someone's life? All right, that'll do it for us.
Happy birthday, Fred.
Adam. Oh, wait, hang on. Adam and Ryan and Nick.
Yes.
And John and Hardy, thank you so much. I couldn't be happier.
Our pleasure. Happy
Professionally,
birthday.
this is the most happy I've been with my profession ever. It's true. I appreciate everything you guys did today. Even
you're
though,
miserable all those years, huh?
At the end, yeah, sure. Yeah, for 5. So, that's all right. But, it was growing. So, there you go. That'll do it for us. Everyone, have a great day. Thank you all for your birthday wishes. I appreciate it very much. That'll do it for us. Bye.
More Toucher and Hardy on the